Guys that are paid money or guys that hit home runs and have high slugging and on-base percentages.
It's time to get you up to speed on all things sports.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
With plenty of nonsense in between.
Oh, look! Here comes our fearless producer!
Gwynn and Chris starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
Welcome into Gwynn and Chris on a Friday. Thank you so much for joining us. I got Sammy Lev here with me for the first couple hours of the show. There he is on the YouTube stream. But if you aren't here, you need to get here. We are at Dave & Buster's in Mission Valley, and we are giving away a lot of good stuff. We're also got some food specials, some drink specials. There's a basketball shooting game over there that's calling my name at some point. And we have during this show, if you come down to Dave & Buster's, you will be able to win a autographed Mike Schilt ball. But you have to be here. You have to come down. You have to sign up, and you have to put your name into the hat. Also, during the Skraby show, we're going to have a Robert Suarez ball to give away. But we're looking to give away the Mike Schilt ball at 5:30. All right, Sam. How are you doing today? Thank you for joining me from Peoria. Chris Ello is in Louisiana. He is going to join us at 3 p.m. for a quick setup from where he's at right now, and then he's going to join us for the rest of the show at 4. But Samuel, thank you so much for stepping in.
Oh, Matt, it's good to be here. Happy to join you for the program on what has been a busy Friday here in Peoria. Good weather. Padres playing down in Mesa right now. I'll admit I have not checked in on the game at all, but we'll sure give you out there listening an update or two as the game rolls along. Michael King on the mound for the Padres against the Cubbies in Mesa this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, last night, though, we saw Nick Pivetta be great. And we're going to talk about the Padres mostly at the 2:20 segment because I want to get into March Madness a little bit. But Nick Pivetta looked great last night. Nick Pivetta looked like a guy that the Padres absolutely should have signed. 5 Ks, only gave up 1 hit in 5 innings, 2 walks, but that's not a big deal. What did you think about him last night?
I thought Nick was really good, efficient, very much in command, in control. I thought he did really, really nicely. He wasn't facing the best Rangers lineup with it being a split squad game for the Rangers, but he feels really good about where he's at. I mean, 5 scoreless innings, you can't ask for much more. He, complimented Elias Diaz behind the plate, the way they worked together yesterday. So he's right where he should be, right on track to be ready to rock for his first start of the regular season. Now he is going to throw one more time, I believe, on Tuesday in Peoria. I would assume some kind of minor league game in all likelihood. So he'll stay behind, do that, then join the team in San Diego after that. So one more quote-unquote outing for Pivetta before his first start for the Padres for real in the regular season. But so far, so good. He's looked pretty good, and yesterday certainly had everything working, and I think a lot to be happy about so far.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to that point in spring training where we know all of the opening day starters now. We know the kind of rotation and what it's going to look
really.
like. I mean,
we don't. I mean,
I saw an MLB graphic this morning saying that they were highlighting each opening day starter and what time their game started. Maybe they're just putting someone in there.
I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. I misconstrued what you said. Yes. Every opening day starter for each team, including the pod. I thought you meant the opening day rotation.
No.
Obviously, Michael,
but you're right. The opening day starter, and they're going to, this is when they start getting ready for the regular season. This is when they're going to put their final touches on what they've been working on throughout spring training. And we got the news. Darvish is going to start the season on the IL, and the first couple things that came to mind when that happened, when I read that, was it wasn't a surprise, but good thing the Padres got Nick Pivetta. Good thing they haven't traded Michael King or Dylan Cease. And the last thing was, which one of the guys currently on the roster can take over for you in the meantime? But I think it's been expected he's going to go on the IL.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think it's surprising based on what happened the last couple of days with the elbow tightness, the elbow inflammation, what the Padres have called it. I mean, we don't have a ton of information beyond that. We know, yesterday he was supposed to play catch. He didn't end up playing catch yesterday. We don't have any news or information on imaging or anything like that. Right now, they're just calling it a rest period for Yu Darvish, and they will go from there. But it is, seemingly gonna knock him out at least for the first turn through the rotation. So, look, the Padres, I think, number one, just how they fill it. You would assume that 2 out of the 3 guys that have been competing for this 5th and final spot, whether that's Stephen Kolek, Kyle Hart, or Randy Vasquez, you would assume 2 of those guys are going to make a start first trip through the rotation. And it does sound, based on what Mike Schultz said today, it does sound like the guy who was on the outside looking in will be at AAA and continue to start and continue to be stretched out. So that does, in my mind, sort of take away the possibility of one of those guys joining the bullpen. So I would think one of, or I should say 2 of, Kyle Hart, Stephen Kolek, and Randy Vasquez are going to make a start during this first homestand of the year. And then where the Padres go from there, we'll see. That's going to depend on what this really is for Yu Darvish. And I don't know that we have a great idea yet of the severity of what he's actually dealing with. I don't think we have a ton of information on it yet. But you hope it's nothing serious, and you hope it's just a little bit of missed time for Yu Darvish. But obviously, it's a huge impact,
Huge.
When you talk about, instead of one of those guys battling for the 5th spot, making the rotation, now 2 are going to be relied upon at least the first week or so of the season. So, look, anytime, let's just be honest about it, Skraby, you hear elbow tightness, elbow inflammation, a 38-year-old pitcher that's got a lot of innings on his arm. I'm not jumping to panic. But, facts are facts, and that's what he's dealing with right now. And it does, at least for me, raise a level of concern. But hopefully this is nothing too major for Yu Darvish, and hopefully he can be back pretty soon.
All right, we'll get back to the Padres talk here shortly. But now that I'm settled in, I got my dock in front of me. I'm all up on the YouTube. Come join us from now until 7 p.m. at Dave & Buster's, 2931 Camino del Rio North. We got a bunch of people here right now, and we got the basketball game. We have all the scores that are being put up over there. Someone had 62 points in the basketball game, and our boss, Adam, Sam, had 36 points. He's one of the higher guys on the list, and I would not have expected that from Adam. Are you a good basketball Pop-A-Shot guy?
Yeah, I'd crush everybody in Pop-A-Shot if I were there.
Really? Is that?
I'm very good at it. Yes.
Okay, so at one point I'm going to go over here in the break and I'm going to see what my score is, but I'm not going to do that just yet. We have so much stuff to give away. We have a Mike Schill autographed baseball we're going to give away at around 5:30. Robert Suarez autographed baseball we're going to give away around 6:30. Tons of drink specials, eat and play combos, full entree with a game card. Crowd's good. The crowd, I'll turn around the camera. So say hello, everybody.
Yeah, there they are.
People, the YouTube.
Yeah, let's hear it. Yeah.
We need more people here, though. That's what we need.
Skraby, you got to learn how to work a crowd like I do at the Western Metal Building. You got to get those people on their feet.
I need to learn from Sam how to work a crowd. That is absolutely true because Sammy does it every single day at the Padres home games. I see Maria out there. I see our guy Ron out there. We got the youngest Skrabinator in the building, Easton, over there. Nice job, Easton. So the reason we're here, Sam, is because of March Madness. And the reason we're here is to watch every single basketball game that we really can. My bracket right now, surprisingly, is really good. I've only missed 3 games. Tony is in second place. And I've picked all the upsets so far. What have you thought about this first round?
I haven't been super impressed so far, just as far as the quality of game level, drama level. I mean, we didn't have a ton yesterday. I know we had the Drake winning. I know we had McNeese winnings. So that was an 11 seed, a 12 seed. We haven't had anything too crazy. I mean, I watched a good chunk of that second half UCSD against Michigan, and man, I'll tell you what.
About it.
Yeah, it felt like a missed opportunity for UCSD.
Definitely.
I know there was some questionable officiating, but man, they had a chance there in the final couple of minutes to go win that game and couldn't get a rebound. And then they were really letting them play. I'm not totally sure how I feel about that. It looked like there probably should have been a whistle a couple of times, but the refs kind of took themselves out of it. Yeah, but look, shout out to UCSD. I mean, they went to the tournament first time ever. They put up a heck of a fight against a very good Big Ten team, a Michigan team that won the Big Ten tournament. So credit to UCSD. Heck of a fight. When you got a close game like that in the NCAA tournament, it's not always going to work out, right? I mean, it goes one way or the other just with little things. And I'll tell you what, though, the last 2 minutes when they couldn't get a rebound and Michigan kept getting these offensive rebounds, second, third, fourth chances, it was like, oh my goodness, just get a rebound.
I think offensive
and
rebounds
get a chance to win this thing.
Yeah, I think offensive rebounds might be one of the most frustrating things in sports because it's it's avoidable at some point. I mean, and 4 times in a row you get an offensive rebound, it is ridiculous. And unfortunately, Sam, their best player, Tate Jones, I'm not going to attempt his first name so I don't say it wrong, but Tate Jones fouled out with 6:57 left to go in the game, and you can't do that if you're the best player on the team. Mm-hmm. You cannot foul out with nearly 7 minutes to go in the game.
No. Look, I know the call was kind of questionable. You also, if you're the player, can't put yourself necessarily in that position. So, look, again, I'm not going to take anything away from UCSD. They did a real nice job and competed. Yeah, they played really, really well. And you're not going to win all those tight games in the tournament. You're just not. So, you got to have a lot of things go right. And unfortunately, they didn't have quite enough, and also, got behind big early, which in the grand scheme of things didn't help. So it's been a pretty tame tournament so far. I know Colorado State, 12 seed, beat Memphis earlier today already. Aside from that, it's been pretty much chalk today so far.
Struggle.
Yeah.
I'll
tell you this. I mean, when I think about March upsets, like the really big ones, to me, it starts at the 13 seed. Like once you hit 13, 14, 15, 16, any of those teams winning in the round of 64, I think that's like big time upset. 12 is like teetering to me on the bubble because you get a lot of really good 12
see 12s
seeds and
beat
pretty mediocre fives. Yeah,
we see that happen.
You really do.
Yeah, 13 over
13
a 4 doesn't happen
where
as
it really
much.
starts.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, though, I do have to report this, that we are staring down an 0 for 4 for San Diego teams in the tournament.
Yeah.
If the women can beat LSU tomorrow, they will be the only team to have won. I'm not going to say that it is a terrible thing no one won, but I would have liked to see a win. It's just great to have 4 teams here in town get into the tournament.
Yeah, look, I would say out of those teams, the one that was really, it's tough because I know they had a really young team, and it was an impressive job by Brian Dutcher and company to get them to the tournament and have that kind of season in the first place. But out of all the losses so far, I think I'd probably be most disappointed by the male Aztecs, just because it was such a lopsided game. It felt like they did have a chance to win that game. A lot of people picked them. Nobody thought they would be down by 40 at one point. But hey, UCSD, taking on Michigan 5 against 12. That's a tough matchup. And then obviously UCSD, on the women's side, again, just really, you're fighting a real uphill battle in the women's NCAA tournament with those kind of, seeding matchups. So it'll be hard for San Diego State. No doubt about that on the women's side with playing LSU and Baton Rouge. But, hey, you never know. And, wish them the best and hope they can, make a game out of it and give them a run.
Yeah, we'll talk to Chris here at 3 p.m. He's at practice, so he's going to join us and preview some of what they're doing. And then at 4 p.m., he's scheduled to come back and host the rest of the show with me. Sammy Lev did an interview with Manny Machado earlier today. We're going to hear from Manny Machado in this first hour. We're going to also talk a little bit in the next segment. We have the projected starters for the Braves next week. So we can kind of go in and see the matchup for the Padres. We'll talk about that a little bit. And then we'll get into maybe some Darvish a little bit more. We kind of already gave our thoughts on that, but we will talk about the Braves projected starters. We will talk more Padres, and Manny Machado is going to be on the show with Sam Levitt a little bit later in the hour. So please come on down to Dave & Buster's. Got a lot of people here. 2931 Camino del Rio North. We have autographed baseballs. Mike Schilt, 5:30-ish. Robert Suarez, 6:30-ish. March Madness specials. 20 wings for $20 and $5 draft beers. Eat and play combos. They have some new games here. UFC, Human Crane, and Top Gun Maverick. We also have our basketball Pop-A-Shot going on in the corner. So Sam Levitt and Matt Skraby, Sammy and Skraby, coming back shortly here on 97.3 The Fan. Del Rio North. And you know what, Sam Levitt? If you come on down to Dave & Buster's, everybody is going to be able to see us on the big screen. I don't know that my face needs to be that big on the big screen, but look, Sam, look at this big screen right now behind me. They have all of the games. They have us on YouTube because when Chris gets here, they'll be able to see us as well. So come on down, 2931 Camino Del Rio North. Tons of specials. Prizes to give away, drink specials, Papa Shot that Sam said he would beat everyone in, and more. And you can meet me as well if you want to. I'm kind of a crazy person, so maybe you don't want to meet me, but I am nice. I don't bite. Sam can attest to that. Sammy Lev, though, is the people person of 97.3 The Fan. He is the guy. Isn't that right, Sam? I'm putting you right on the spot here.
Yeah, I mean, when I want to be. When I want to be, sure.
When you want to be. Okay. All right. We'll get back to that a little bit later. But last night, Nick Pivetta and the Padres, they had Nick Pivetta himself had a really good game. We already kind of talked about it. 5 innings, 5 strikeouts, 2 walks, 1 hit, no runs. So he's looking like he's getting ready to go. We talked about Darvish being on the IL, and he's going to start the season on the IL with elbow soreness. But we now know the projected starters for the Braves, and it's not surprising at all, but the projected starters for the first 3 at least, Chris Sale, Reynaldo Lopez, and Spencer Schwellenbach. And so how, in your mind, Sam, does the Darvish injury change the rotation, if any? Like, who are we going to see 1, 2, 3 now?
Well, Michael King's Thursday.
Yep.
I would assume Dylan Cease would be Friday. Trying to remember now what Mike Schultz said in his
did he already give this
availability out today? No, but I think tomorrow. Give me 1 second here. Give me one second here as I look this up. I want to make sure I'm relaying the correct information. Hold on.
Yeah, you go look it up. Chris Sale
So tomorrow's a split squad. So tomorrow's going to be Cease in Peoria. It's going to be Kyle Hart on the road in Goodyear against the Guardians. So Cease and Hart. It could set up a Kyle Hart. No, you'd have. I'm not sure, Skraby. I'm trying to jog it in my mind. I would say Cease is so King is today. Cease is tomorrow. I know Pivetta is pitching Tuesday.
Yep.
So if he's pitching Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, that would put him 5 days of rest on Sunday. So it kind of leaves Saturday. So I want to say maybe it would be a Hart if he's one of your rotation options because he's pitching.
Yeah.
He's pitching tomorrow, same day Cease is.
So we'll line up for him to be able to be ready to go.
Yeah, I think maybe that. It's going to depend on kind of who lines up where. So we shall see. But I would think Thursday and Friday are going to be obviously King and Cease, and then maybe it's Hart potentially if he makes the rotation on that Saturday. I got to go back and Mike Schultz talked about it a little bit further today, and I got to go back and
no problem.
No problem. I will do that during the break and have maybe a better answer. Sorry.
Okay, Chris Sale is going to go for the Braves. We all know coming off of a Cy Young year, so he's going to be the lefty that starts for the Braves. Reynaldo Lopez last year, he had a really good season, 8-5, 1.99 ERA, 148 strikeouts, 1.11 WHIP. He did get injured at some point, but he was really solid for the Braves last year. And then Spencer Schwellenbach is like the new name for the Braves rotation. They still have guys like Spencer Strider, but Schwellenbach is who people are excited about.
Yeah, look, they've got the potential, the Braves do, to have a really good rotation between Sale and Lopez, and Schwellenbach had some stretches last year where he was really, really good. A.J. Smith-Shawver, who pitched against the Padres, kind of an emergency role when Chris Sale couldn't go in the wild card series at Petco Park. He had a rough outing that day, but he's somebody that's very young and very highly touted. And then obviously Spencer Strider, coming off Tommy John, at his peak, has the potential to be one of the best pitchers in baseball. So when you have Sale and Strider and the potential Schwellenbach and Ronaldo Lopez, who has been really good. Yeah, I mean, they are a legit, 4 or 5 deep. They've got a potential to have a very good rotation. So it's a tough rotation to face if you're the Padres right out of the gate. Chris Sale, certainly tough guy to face right out of the gate, reigning Cy Young Award winner in the NL. But, hey, I guess better to maybe face him early in the year, or maybe he hasn't quite figured things out, and maybe he's not stretched out where he's going to throw 100 pitches, something like that. So maybe a good thing that you get to face Chris Sale as early as possible than in a few weeks.
I agree. I was looking at some of the series coming up in the first part of the season, and so they start with the Braves, as we know, 4-game series. It's going to be a tough series. Then the Guardians come to town for 3, which is going to be a tough series. Then they go to Chicago, which is always tough, especially early in the year. Tony is going to absolutely hate that game because he hates when it's cold. And then they go to the A's, and then they come home to the Rockies. So those series right there, the first 3 are going to be tough tests. And I'm not going to count the A's out either, because the A's, I think, are going to be better than people think. The Rockies, I would hope that the Padres are able to take care of them this year.
They've had trouble against those Rockies in the past.
Being the key word.
It's a good point, though, Skraby. First 4 series of the year are tough. I mean, the Braves could very well win the NL East. Guardians could very well win the AL Central and came, pretty close to going to the World Series last year. And then obviously, like you said, the Cubs, in the cold. Cubs are, going to be a very competitive team this year. And the A's are kind of a trendy pick for people to steal an AL wildcard spot. They added quite a bit in the offseason. They were probably a little bit better than people thought they would be last year. They've got a lot of good young players. So, yeah, it's not a super easy first 4 series at all. So, look, it's something that I talked to Jake Cronenworth about. I posted an interview last night with Jake. We may have played it on one of our shows at some point that we've done together, or maybe another show, or maybe I played it on my show on the Wednesday
You've been
night.
on every single show. So,
yeah, man, I can't remember when we played it, but I put the video out yesterday. And one thing I talked to Jake about, and I think it's appropriate for us going through the schedule here, is, one thing, and I feel like we say this every year, but one thing you would really, really, really like this team to do is to get off to a really good start, because in 23, that did not happen. In 24, that did not happen. They hovered around 500 till the All-Star break. It was very, very up and down. We can very easily forget about that because of how great the second half was and how unbelievable it was. But it would be nice for this team for the first time in a few years to get out of the gate hot. Start the year, 10-4, 10-5. Start the year by winning the first few series in a row. Yeah, I mean, that would be really nice. And talking to Jake about it, I think, the hope that I would have in that regard is that the continuity of this team, of this coaching staff, of this manager, of this offense, at least the top 6 or so in the lineup, of at least the front end of their rotation, hopefully you can kind of not carry over what you did last year in the regular season to now, because I think it's just 2 totally different things. It probably is a type of momentum that doesn't really exist. But you hope that they can kind of pick up where they left off, before the 24 consecutive scoreless innings. You hope they can kind of pick up where they left off as far as at least from like a team standpoint, what they were last year, a culture standpoint, and hopefully they can get off to a hot start. That would be nice, because it's something we haven't seen in the last couple of years.
No, I was looking at the 2023 season, and they didn't get above 500 and stay above 500 until like after the All-Star break. I'm still looking for it. They were 37-45 2 years ago on June 30th. And then they finally kind of turned it around at the end, and then they got it going. But that was a bad start. And then this year, or last year, was also a bad start. The whole thing with the roller coaster and all that. But you're right. A good start is going to go a long way for this team this season. They need it. They need it to happen.
I have an update from Mesa. You want to hear it?
Yes, please.
Update from Mesa. Padres have taken a 3-0 lead.
Yeah!
A 2-run home run in the top of the 6th inning. From
who?
Tyler Wade. 2-run home
Oh, I
run
love Tyler
of
Wade.
Trevor
Yeah.
Richards in the top of the 6th inning. So Tyler Wade, maybe
Awesome.
hearing some people
Some
on our
rumblings.
station and beyond, rumblings. And look, we can have kind of a serious conversation about it. And look, I've said this every time Tyler's name comes up. I think the world of Tyler Wade. I think he's a very important part of the Padres for what he brings. And you can ask Mike Schilt about it. You can ask his teammates about it. Look, it's certainly, to me, even though I would have put Tyler as a lock to make the roster when spring training started. Look,
Yeah,
there have been guys
totally.
that have played exceptionally well that you look up and down, this group of guys, and you're like, man, it could be tough. This could be a tough decision when it comes to, Tyler Wade versus another guy or two, for those final couple of spots on the bench. And that's nothing against Tyler. It's not like he did anything wrong. I mean, he hasn't tore the cover off the ball this spring. He did have the home run today. But, look, it's not like he did anything particularly wrong. It's just that other guys have played really well, and I think they're pushing for that spot in a really, really significant way. So, good for Tyler Wade. We're going to see it. We're going to see how it shakes out in the next few days. I think I still would be pretty surprised if he's not on this team, based on kind of what we know and how the Padres feel about Tyler Wade. But good for Tyler making a little statement today with a 2-run home run.
Love that. Love that. All right, we are at Dave & Buster's here. I was watching the Papa Shop for a second. 2931 Camino del Rio North. We have tons of food specials. We have all of the games going on right behind us. You can also see the broadcast of the YouTube. I know that people are headed down here right now. So Adam is still here. I'm looking at him right now. He's having a great old time talking to someone.
Give it up for everybody at Dave & Buster's.
Hey, everybody, give it up for Adam Klug.
Give it for
the boss man. He has no idea that I just tried to shout him out. He's still talking up there. So
give it up for Adam Klug. Adam was up at 6 a.m. this morning, before 6 a.m. in the studio at 6 a.m. to run the board for Ben and Woods. And then he's been there. It's now 2:30, and he's at the live at Dave & Buster's. Nobody works harder at 97.3 The Fan than Mr. Adam.
Maybe you do, Sam.
There we go, Nick. Have you shouted out Nick Danucci back in the studio?
No, we got DJ Nick on the board today. So DJ Nick is going to be with us throughout the show and the Skraby show. I might talk to DJ Nick during the Skraby show, get his thoughts on things going on in March Madness and the like. But when we get back, Sam, you talk to Manny Machado, and we're going to hear from you interviewing Manny Machado on the other side. Also, I'm going to start with this really easy question, Sam. You're coming home here in like 5 days. What do you miss most about San Diego? We will talk about that on the other side when we get back. Manny Machado on 97.3 The Fan.
The biggest guests in San Diego sports talk appear on 97.3 The Fan.
Christopher McDonald played Shooter McGavin in Happy Gilmore and joins us right now.
I've done
Back here at Dave and Buster's, Mission Valley. Sammy Lev joining me right now. Sammy and Skraby. We're going to check in with Chris. We're scheduled to check in with him at 3 p.m. He's at the Aztecs women's practice and media day, so going to get a little bit of information on that. But I left everyone with this before we went to break. Sam Levitt is coming back home in about 5 days. I asked him a question. The question is, what do you miss most about San Diego? You've had 5 minutes to think about this. You've had 5 minutes.
I was distracted. What do I really miss? I just miss the vibes. Miss the vibes. San Diego has great vibes. It's a great vibe city. Ocean Beach, my new home that I spent a week in. Great vibes. I miss the OB vibes. I miss walking around, the sunshine. Just, living the San Diego life.
See, you are much better at living that San Diego life than I do. You like to go out and visit coffee shops, visit restaurants, take a walk down the street, see the shops. I need to do that more because I will never I will never find anything better if I don't go to these places. So I need to learn from you, Sam.
Well, what do you do all day?
I just don't go anywhere.
Play video games?
No, I go to work, and then I go home and I hang out with Lucky, and then I go to Starbucks. That's about it. That's all I got. You need a dog, Sam. I mean, I know you're very busy, but you need a dog so you can go take the dog walk
I've never had
these
a dog
different coffee shops.
in my life.
What? Really?
Never.
Your family never had a dog?
Never.
That's okay. Do you like dogs?
Yeah, I like dogs.
Okay. All right.
I've never had a pet. Never had a pet. Never had a gerbil. Never had a pet snake, a parrot. Nothing.
Can you imagine Sam with a ferret?
My brother had fish, but those are really my brother's fish. The fish tank was in his room.
Okay. Well, I don't want you to get a dog anymore. Not that you would be bad, just because it's a lot of work. It is a ton of work.
Yeah, I don't have time. Maybe one day. Yeah.
Maybe one day. For everybody who doesn't know,
have somebody to take care of it with me, something like that.
Yeah, true. Very true. When you have two people, it's much easier than one person. But for everybody who doesn't know, Sam Levitt moved into a new place and then basically left for Peoria, and he hasn't really even been able to enjoy that new place at all. Are you unpacked in the new place?
Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Sorry, I had a brain freeze there. No, I unpacked pretty well. It's not decorated really, but everything's unpacked for the most part. Got all the cardboard boxes out. Yeah, it's in a very good spot. I got to decorate a little bit, kind of tie up some loose ends and add some stuff and buy some stuff, but it's in a very good spot. I think with this new apartment in OB, I think I'm going to go for plants.
I like it.
Start getting some plants.
Plants are supposedly good for the soul.
The idea of me taking care of the plants and watering them properly, probably a pretty low likelihood, but I'll give it a try, I think.
Okay, you need to get cactuses then, cacti, because they don't need water.
Yeah, I had one of those in my old apartment. Never watered it. It stayed just fine. So.
Okay, well, good. There you go. You found your speed is a cactus.
There's plenty of cacti out here in Arizona. Just one out of the ground. Take a look.
You should just put one on the top of your car and bring it home with you. Put it in your apartment. We are at Dave & Buster's, as I said, for March Madness, and the game's going on right now. There's 2 games happening at the moment. Maryland is beating Grand Canyon at halftime, 42-28. Now, North Carolina, the team that could not miss a shot against the San Diego State Aztecs, is down right now to Ole Miss, 59-45 with 11:30 left to go in the second half. That's a bummer. I picked them to go to my Final Four just for whatever reason. But I was hoping that North Carolina would look a little bit better so that they didn't make the Aztecs look like they completely dropped the ball there.
Grand Canyon, you said down by 14 to Maryland. Grand Canyon not very far from here, the Grand Canyon campus. So should have found the watch party somewhere. You could have been at Dave & Buster's. I could have been at the Grand Canyon first round watch party.
I think Tony Gwynn Jr. might be at that watch party right now if he's not at the game already. All right. Sam Levitt talked with Manny Machado earlier, and this has not been aired on the station yet.
No, so this is the world premiere World
premiere.
Recorded about 2.5 hours ago at the conference.
Wow. Look at this. All right, Manny Machado, Sam Levitt. Take it away, Nick.
Sam Levitt here at the Radio Network and 97.3 The Fan, and right now I'm joined by Padres third baseman Manny Machado. Manny, as always, appreciate the time. Obviously, last couple of spring trainings have been different. You had the WBC in 23. You're coming back from the elbow surgery in 2024. How would you describe this year's spring training and the lead up to opening day?
It's been awesome, man. A lot of work, a lot of competitive stuff going out there in the backfield. So, definitely feel a lot healthier. Got my legs under me a little bit, but yeah, definitely feeling a little bit more this year.
This time of year, considering that you are healthy from an offensive standpoint, and you've done this a long time, getting ready for a long season, what are you looking to feel from the offensive standpoint?
Just kind of getting your reps, right? Getting your reps, seeing some balls, kind of just feeling out your swing. It's kind of just getting out the aches and pains of your body, it's kind of rotating again and, being on your feet, getting up, getting cold, getting back up, playing a game. So I think that the biggest part is just kind of going over that little hump, over that soreness, and kind of just get over that. Because then once the season starts, it's kind of baseball. You prepare the right way. We know the pitching staff. We know what we're doing. So, but it's kind of just getting over those aches and sore days.
You've said it before that after you show up at spring training, you're never quite 100% the rest of the year. Do you feel like from the outside, maybe we almost underestimate just the physical toll that from spring training to your last game of the season, the physical toll that a season takes on a player?
It's a lot. It's a lot. Spring training days. I mean, you're up at 6. You got to hit the weight room, make sure your strength is still there. You lose it. So there's a lot that goes on. In a full day. That kind of takes your toll on your body. I mean, it's physical.
Yeah.
We're swinging, so it's rotational. We're catching ground balls, so we're bending down, getting up, throwing. Our arm gets sore, gets fatigued. Then we get cold, and we got to go back out there and play. And we come back in, try to get ready for a game. So you have an hour and a half in between your next swing, and all that's taking a toll on your body, right? And so that's why you got to stay in the weight room. Do treatment with the training staff. So all that kind of adds up over spring training, adds up over a whole season. You start doing travel, you start traveling to places, different hotels. So it starts creeping up on you. So yeah, that's why I always say you're not 100% after the first day is always 100%. So then after that, it's just a mental grind. It's just trying to get over that soreness. That's why spring training is about that. It's not really about what you're hitting. If you're hitting 500, if you're hitting 600, I think it's kind of just getting your reps, kind of getting over that soreness stuff, so that once the season starts, it's just about maintaining your body in the highest condition.
And in between all that, they have guys like me asking to talk to them. So there's a lot going on. Manny, you look at the top 6 of this lineup from what was a 93 win team last year, and there's a lot of continuity. And offensively, this was such a good group last year. You led the majors in batting average. You struck out as few times as anybody in the major leagues last year. What do you feel like your offensive identity as a lineup is coming into this year?
Trying to repeat the same thing. Obviously you can never repeat a season like that, and it's kind of hard to do it. So it's just kind of taking the strengths, right? What were we good at? Continue to build off of that. Continue to get better off of that, and then what were kind of our weaknesses, and try to improve on that. We've been doing that all spring with our team here. So it's just been really implementing it into our camp, and trying to get better on those little areas that kind of cost us a few games, or we kind of just lacked on. So overall, we have the same group of guys coming back. We're trying to do the same thing, just trying to be on base, get on base, score some runs. We're not a team that's going to hit a lot of homers, but we have a lot of guys that can make good contact, hit doubles, could actually slug in a different way. Just trying to repeat that and get off to a hot start.
Manny, before I let you go, I want to ask you about the guy to your left on the infield, Xander Bogaerts. He'll be back at shortstop. Obviously, Xander dealt with a couple of injuries his first 2 seasons in San Diego. He seems healthy. He seems in really good spirits. What do you feel like a healthy Xander next to you at shortstop can do for this group?
I mean, huge. We're definitely going to need him. We've seen glimpses of when he was getting healthy, especially last year, learning a new position. Right when he was getting hot and getting the feel for it and starting to feel himself at the plate. Obviously an injury by diving for a ball, so it kind of sucked and having him off. So having him healthy is going to be huge for us. He's a guy that can do a lot of things. He could run the bases, steal some bases, hit for power. He could slug. I mean, he led the league 1 year in doubles. So That's the type of player we're gonna see. We see him physically ready this year, man. He's looking like a little young bogey out there, running around the shortstop. So it's fun to see him, be out there and healthy again and being himself.
He was doing those sprints in Aruba. He looks good,
Yeah,
ready to go.
He was doing something different over there. So he looks good, man. He's ready to go this year for sure.
Manny, very much appreciate the time. Best of luck with everything this season, and we'll catch up with you during the course of the year. Thanks
Absolutely,
so much,
man. Thank you.
All right, that was Sam Levitt with Manny Machado. And Manny Machado, actually, Tony brought this up yesterday as I tried to get the Manny Machado picture off of the YouTube stream. There we go. We talked about this yesterday with Tony, and he was saying that Manny is coming up on some pretty big milestones. And Manny is one of those guys who doesn't really talk about those milestones, but he's coming up on 2,000 hits. He's coming up, I believe, on 300 home runs. He needs 8 home runs for that. Or let me just double check this. I know he's coming up on 2,000 hits, though, which is a big deal.
2,000 would be, 2,000 would sound about right because he had 1,500, I think, in 20.
Yeah, he has 1,900 hits in his career, and he's got
so he
342 home runs. So 350 is the mark he's trying to reach.
Yeah, I mean, he should, as long as he's healthy, he should cruise past 2,000 hits. If he has a really, really great year, could get up to 2,100, close to it. I mean, look, I would imagine he's going to get to 2,000 hits very easily as long as he's healthy. Cruise past 350 home runs very easily. So building those numbers. I mean, he's still only 32 years old.
I know, that's crazy. It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's you start kind of thinking about it at 32. If he can, end his, when's he going to turn 33? He'll turn 33 in August, so his 32 to 33 season. If he can end, somewhere above, let's say, 2,050 hits, kind of creeping towards 2,100. I mean, Matt, he's got I can't believe I just called you Matt. That was weird.
That's
maybe he's got he's got a really, really good chance if he can stay healthy and continue to produce at a relatively high level. And he's got a real chance to get to 3,000. I mean, it's going to take consistency. It's going to take health. But when you're sitting at 32, 33, and you're past 2,000 already, and I think we all expect Manny to play for a long time. I think he's going to be a kind of guy that loves this game and wants to keep playing and will keep his body in great shape and will continue to hit for a long time. I think there's a very, very, very realistic chance he gets to 3,000 hits at some point, which, puts you as an automatic Hall of Famer. With all the other numbers he's going to end up, amassing. I mean, he's got a real chance at 3,000. He's got a real chance at 500 home runs. I mean, I don't think it's out of the question at all that Manny could hit those. Both of them, 500 homers and 3,000 hits in what is shaping up to be a likely Hall of Fame career.
Yeah, we've talked to him before, and I've actually asked him about his son and how he has changed since the birth. And he said that he's just much happier about things. And so when we were at spring training and I was out there sitting around, I saw him with his son, and I was like, and I saw Manny the dad. And it was really cool to see because Manny, the dad, was like, it was just an interesting thing to see. And I think what I'm trying to say is that he's in a really good part of his life. And that's huge for baseball players, especially with all the grind that they have to go throughout the year, all the mental, toll it takes on you. Just being able to come home, he said, was something that recharges them.
Yeah, and again, I think from a physical standpoint, that is something that I think should be noted. The fact that he's healthy, he was coming off the elbow surgery last year, and the amazing thing about Manny, and we've talked about it, Tony and I have talked about it on the air before, is that really no matter what, he ends up with his numbers. I mean, it's just remarkably consistent when you go back to basically 2015. He's just been doing this for a real long time now, going back to his Oriole days. So he's in a good spot. I feel like he's in a very good spot physically, very good spot mentally. He seems relaxed. He seems ready to go. And, I don't think it's hyperbole when as Manny goes, the Padres go so often. And you can make the argument that Manny is the key to the San Diego Padres when he's going right and he's red hot. So hopefully Manny has an MVP caliber year. That would mean very good things for the Padres.
Yes, it would. Also, something very good would be come on down to Dave & Buster's because the food is being delivered right now. The beers and drinks are being delivered.
What they
Obviously,
got there? They got mozzarella sticks. They got some mozzarella sticks.
I don't want to turn it around and show the people eating, but they got a pizza. They got some. Let's see. They do have some mozzarella sticks. They got some wings. They also got some fries and a quesadilla. Oh man,
Woo!
I might just go sit down at your guys' table in the next break and eat all of your food because that looks delicious. But come on down, 2931 Camino del Rio North here in Mission Valley. We got drink specials. We got a Pop-A-Shot game that I'm going to play at some point. Eat and play combos, new games here at Dave & Buster's. 20 wings for $20 and 5 draft beers. So all of that is waiting for you when you come on down to Dave & Buster's. And also, we have a Mike Schilt autographed baseball, and we have a Robert Suarez autographed baseball. Robert Suarez giving away around 6:30. Mike Schilt around 5:30. You must be here to win, but you need to come down and sign up right now. So when we get back, Chris is going to join us from Louisiana. He's going to join us from Death Valley and tell us all about what's going on with the Aztec women's basketball team and who and what he has seen so far because he sent me some pictures. But all of that is next on 97.3 The Fan.
It's time to get you up to speed on all things sports.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
With plenty of nonsense in between.
Oh, look! Here comes our fearless producer!
Gwynn and Chris starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of Gwynn and Chris is underway here from Dave and Buster's. How are we doing, everybody out there? Let's go. See? We got a bunch of people here watching the March Madness game, signing up for autographed baseballs. We got food specials. We got drink specials. I'm looking at the food table right now. It is amazing, and everybody is enjoying themselves. The Papa Shot. I'm going to do Rod. If you're a chat person, Rod right now is doing the Papa Shot. And we are going to continue to broadcast all the way up until 7 p.m. We got some prizes to give away at 5:30 and 6:30. But right now, Sam, Chris Ello is joining us from Louisiana. He is at LSU right now, and he's going to come back a little bit later in the show and give us a better breakdown. But, Chris, how is it going out there?
So it is great. Hi, guys. And I can't believe you didn't introduce me being from Baton Rouge.
Well, he's in Baton Rouge.
Thank you. Now I feel better. The Aztec women right now are out on the court here at the Pete Maravich Assembly Center, and they look pretty good. Of course, the LSU team is not out there playing against them right now, so they're looking very good, going through their practice right now, and it's been a fun day for them. They got all their swag when they got here, and kind of got to taste some of the NCAA March Madness. Now it's time to go to work a little bit.
Absolutely time to go to work, Chris. Now, you sent me some pictures from earlier, and there's a Shaq statue outside that I think is really hilarious. But really, I want to know about the atmosphere. Like, what does it feel like when you walk into one of these huge program stadiums? Is there a feeling to it, or because it's empty, there is no feeling? What you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm asking, Chris?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, and
Okay.
I don't want to give the answer that I have to give, because the SEC thinks of itself as, a whole nother level above everybody. And, but honestly, it does feel like that. That's, I hate to admit it, but when you come into a campus like an SEC school and come into this building, I mean, this is sensational. It's beautiful. And just the aura of it all. I mean, you got Pistol Pete Maverick outside, and I sent you the Shaquille O'Neal statue. Now, I think that's an awesome statue, man. Shaq's finishing off a dunk in his LSU jersey. That's a great statue. And there's, the history in this building. There's, retired numbers up in the rafters, and both men and women. I mean, don't forget LSU's women's team has won 3 national championships. So, it's fun to be here. And I think, we're all just taking it in and hoping that the girls can play a great game tomorrow, because they're going to have to play a great game to keep up with this team.
Chris, let's Sam Levitt here, by the way, Chris.
Oh, hi, Sam. How are you?
Do you
nice
know
to
him?
meet you.
Are you aware of
nice
him?
To meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Chris, let's talk about the game itself. Obviously, it's a tall mountain to climb if you're San Diego State, but in your prep for this one, if the Aztecs were to win this and pull off a huge upset, they will have to do what? Tell me.
Yeah, well, first of all, the Aztecs are basically here because of their defense. They were, they held their opponents to 60 points a game and under 60 most games. So their defense has been great all year. So my biggest question is, can their defense be good against the All-American athlete that they're going to be facing tomorrow night? And, LSU has 2 All-American players and a third who was on the honorable mention All-American team. So they got 3 of the best players in the entire nation. Now, the Aztecs have players that can defend those positions. I just don't know that they can defend these players. And so that, to me, is the number one thing. The other side of the court, the Aztecs are going to need, some big performances from players that are capable of big performances. The thing the Aztecs have had all year, they've had 12 different players score 15 points in a game. So, San Diego State doesn't have to rely on one single player but they're going to need at least 3 or 4 of them to, be at their best tomorrow night to stay in the game. And the other thing I think, Sam, just like anytime there's any kind of a major mismatch or, one team's highly favored, I think the underdog has to stay in the game for a while.
Yeah.
You can't throw up the tip and look up 5 minutes later and the score's 15-2. So, the Aztecs got to play with them if they can for the first quarter and a half, settle in a little bit, make themselves realize that they can stay in this game. And so I think those are the 3 things. And honestly, if they do them all, it'll be a great game. But it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but hopefully they can, because they would be the only team in San Diego then to get a win in the tournament. But we'll talk about that a little bit later, Chris, when you rejoin from the hotel room. My last thing for you, real quick, have you come across Kim Mulkey yet? I know that we sent you on a mission to find Kim Mulkey.
This is the craziest thing I've ever heard. You guys send me on a mission to find somebody that I don't want to find.
But yes, you do.
I do not. Well, here's the thing. There are 4 teams here, right? There's a game before the Aztecs play. I think it's Florida State and George Mason. It's the 6-11 matchup. So there's 4 teams here. They're piping in some of the crowd noise. I'm not exactly sure why, but that's nice.
That's cheating, isn't it?
Yeah, they're trying to disrupt us while we're playing. We're practicing. Either that, or maybe it's like football and the coach is piping in the noise on purpose.
Maybe.
Yeah, that could actually be it. But no, my point is all 4 teams have their own practice time, and everything is very secretive. So we were not allowed in the building when Florida State was practicing. And they have to completely clear out, and then the Aztecs come in, and then we'll completely clear out before LSU comes in. So I probably won't get the autograph Tony is seeking from Kim Mulkey until after the game is over and we have beaten her and I go up and ask her for an autograph.
Well, that's fair. That is definitely fair.
I think that's fair, don't you? I think she would
I do.
appreciate that if we win the game, that the announcer on the other team gets an autograph.
Yes,
fair.
I think that's part of the rules. I think NCAA March Madness has them sign that and everything, put it in a contract. All right, Chris, thank you for joining us from the arena. Now you're going to be back with us in a little bit, correct?
Yeah, I'll see you in a little while. As soon as we get back to the room, I'll be on with you, Skraby. So thanks for sitting in, Sammy.
Of course.
He's so excited to be here, Chris. All right, I think he's off the phone already. That's no problem, Nick. Thanks to Chris for joining us from the arena. He will be back with us a little bit later. Now, going back to Padres, we've had a Tyler Wade home run already today, and we have a stat line from Michael King that I think everybody's going to love. He went 5 innings today, gave up only 1 hit, no walks, and 4 Ks. So in the back-to-back nights, the Padres starters have gone 10 innings, struck out 9, and really haven't given up much of anything, Sam. But this doesn't surprise me. Michael King was named the opening day starter for a reason, and Michael King knows what he is capable of. I just get this feeling about him that he is about to have a massive year.
Yeah, I think the world of Michael King. I think he's got Cy Young potential if he can take what he did last year and roll it into 2025. So I'm totally with you, Skraby. I really am. I think sky's the limit for Michael King, really. And he's a guy who can make himself a whole lot of money with the way he performs this year. From just a pure baseball standpoint, I know Darvish would have been the opening day starter. Had the schedule lined up, and then you ends up dealing with the elbow inflammation anyway. But from a pure baseball standpoint and performance standpoint and what they did in the postseason, Michael King would have been my pick for opening day. Would have kind of been my quote unquote number 1 for this Padres team this season. So well deserved, and certainly a very nice way to wrap up the spring for him.
Yeah. Was there when we were out there and they announced the opening day starter, there was a kind of a slight confusion from people because everybody thought it was going to be Dylan Cease and then it was Michael King.
Yeah, well, look, you think about it this way. It could have been Dylan Cease because he'll pitch tomorrow, and then you have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so it put him at 5 days rest for Thursday opening day. So that would make sense. I think I was thinking it was probably going to be Dylan Cease as well, but they sort of explained it that the way the days fell out, they wanted Cease to fall in line afterwards on Friday, give him a little extra rest, and just kind of fell out with the schedule. That it could have been either of those guys, but fell out that way with the schedule once Darvish got knocked off a little bit with a rain out. So well deserved, would have been well deserved for either of those guys, but I don't think you can go wrong with either. And Michael King, very excited to see what he's going to do in 2025. Really?
Me too. All right. March Madness. Back to that. That's why we're here at Dave & Buster's to watch all of the March Madness games. Now, I was telling you a little bit earlier that North Carolina was getting crushed by Ole Miss. That is no longer the case. North Carolina is down 3 points, 66-63. Ole Miss leads, 109 left in the game there. They're having an official review. Maryland's still beating up on Grand Canyon. Duke took down Mount St. Mary's handily, 93-41. Alabama struggled with Robert Morris, but they got by 90-81. Iowa State beat Lipscomb. Colorado State, the lone Mountain West victor in the NCAA tournament, 78-70. I guess New Mexico still has a chance too, but St. Mary's beat Vanderbilt 59-56. Baylor ended up taking down Mississippi State 75-72. And that's the latest from the March Madness tournament. We still got Oklahoma and UConn. We still got Arizona to play, Kentucky to play, Illinois to play, Michigan State. All of those teams are still to play. But you know what I'm going to do, Sam? In this break, I'm going to go get my Papa Shot score on the basketball machine, and we will review the Papa Shot score when we get back on 97.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
There's Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec out here at the Aztec baseball tournament. It's the SDSU baseball alumni tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble, and Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well, but our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well, so. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Skraby. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You've hit some.
We are league 10 now, and it's getting really windy. It's actually kind of cold. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're in San Diego, but we're 3 under as a group. We just got off of 30, and I just hit my defense. There's a squirrel. He wants to attack me. Squirrely! We just got our second birdie of the day thanks to this guy.
Yeah, a 4-footer after.
It was a 5-footer.
After our pro drove it 300 to the front of the green and then chipped it within 5 feet.
Uh-oh.
Skraby, don't feed the animals.
Don't feed the animals. I do feed animals, but Chris made a birdie putt. Leaving the golf course. And we ended up shooting 63 once everything was accounted for, since it was a scramble, and we had an SDSU golf player, Jack Townsend. He was with us, and he did a lot for us. I think we shot 63 because of him, but we all had a good time. There's Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec out here at the Aztec baseball tournament. It's the SDSU baseball alumni tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble, and Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well, but our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Skraby. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You've hit some.
We are league 10 now, and it's getting really windy. It's actually kind of cold. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're in San Diego, but we're 3 under as a group. We just got off the birdie, and I just hit my defense. There's a squirrel. He wants to attack me. Squirrely! We just got our second birdie of the day thanks to this guy.
Yeah, a 4-footer after.
It was a 5-footer.
After our pro drove it 300 to the front of the green and then chipped it within 5 feet.
Uh-oh.
Skraby, don't feed the animals.
Don't feed the animals. I do feed animals, but Chris made a birdie putt. Leaving the golf course. And we ended up shooting 63 once everything was accounted for, since it was a scramble and we had an SDSU golf player, Jack Townsend. He was with us and he did a lot for us. I think we shot 63 because of him, but we all had a good time. There's a Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec out here at the Aztec baseball tournament. It's the SDSU baseball alumni tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble, and Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well, but our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well. So. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Skraby. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help.
Just turned my mic off. That was bad. Don't really, Sammy and Skraby, 97.3 The Fan. We're here at Dave & Buster's. Please come down, 2931 Camino del Rio North. We got food specials. We got drink specials. We got eat and play combos. We got the basketball game in the corner. Sam, I am quite embarrassed at my score of the basketball game. Quite embarrassed of my score. I did it twice. I got 13 points the first time, and I got 17 points the second time. That is garbage. Absolute garbage. And I'm going to have to keep playing until I can get a better score. That is bad.
How long is the round?
30 seconds. It goes quick. It goes real quick, Sam.
Yeah, that's pretty quick. That sounds very short.
And I feel like these rims are not made to help you. They're made to hurt you. And so I'm going to blame it on the rim a little bit as well.
I
anyway,
think
what do you think you would get?
Easily. What's the high score?
I think it's 64 right now. 64 or 68.
What's the high score
One
today?
Of those two. 64.
I mean, I think I could beat.
That's a lot of points. Let me tell you.
I would think first try I'd probably get over 40 and then kind of get my rhythm. I could hit 70.
You would get over 40 on the first try. I mean,
yeah, I think so.
After doing it, I mean, you're confident about it, but after doing it, I don't know that I could do that ever again because it was embarrassing. I had people watching, seeing me miss shots, Sam. It was just bad. Anyway, I'm going to move on from this subject. We'll go back to March Madness. North Carolina ends up losing to Ole Miss 71-64. Maryland up on Grand Canyon 59-36. Norfolk State is taking on Florida.
I got to tell you, this has been as underwhelming the first 2 days of the tournament as I can remember, unless we get saved here by
Thank you for saying that.
Troy, Norfolk State, Akron, Bryant, something like that. Not for those teams. It's going to be pretty
Colorado
underwhelming
State
first couple of days.
Yeah, Colorado State's a 12 seed, and they beat Memphis, but I kind of expected Colorado State to play well. McNeese was a 12 seed, took down Clemson, but for the most part, you're right. It's been pretty boring in regards to upsets. It's been pretty boring so far, but we still have a lot of first round games to go. So we'll see. Arizona always struggles in the tournament, I feel like. So maybe they'll lose to Akron, as you said, Liberty and Oregon, but Duke had no issues. Do you think who's your pick to win it all, Sam?
My pick to win it all.
Mine was Florida.
My pick to win it all. Let me look at the bracket here. I did not even make my own bracket this year. My pick to win it all is going to be, man, I have ties to the MVC with Drake. I have ties to the OVC with McNeese. Can't pick those teams. You know what? I'll pick, how about Wisconsin? 3-seed Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, 3-seed Wisconsin. Shout out to Frank Kaminsky.
Wisconsin's not bad. It's not bad, but it's not like great, Wisconsin. But I could see them going and doing something.
Who was your
I'm
pick
acting
in
like
your
I'm some
bracket?
expert.
Who was your pick in your bracket?
My bracket, Florida.
Oh, you said that. Florida. And Florida's a what seed? Florida's a...
They're 1 seed. They're
What are
playing
they?
Norfolk State right today at 350. They're 28.5-point favorites.
Now, did
and the
Cooper,
coach of
now, did
Norfolk
Cooper
State
Flag
said they were
did
mad.
Cooper Flag play for Duke in this game, or he's still hurt?
He did. Yeah. No. He was fine. He was. Let me go see what he did because I was driving down here as he was playing. But
22 minutes, 14
I don't think they had
points,
to use him as much.
7 rebounds, 4 assists, 22 minutes, 6 of 12 from the floor.
Yeah, I mean they're playing Mount St. Mary's. I don't think that's a tough enough test for the Duke Blue Devils.
Shout out to Mount St. Mary's.
I never really got into college basketball, in just because I didn't go to a school that had a great team. But you've been all over the place calling basketball, and you've done Loyola Chicago, Northwestern. What is your
USC,
who's your school that you really cheer for?
The only one that would qualify would be Northwestern. I mean, I like Loyola because I work there. But yeah, I mean, SIUE, they played on the first day of the tournament, lost, got bounced by, they were 16. They played, I'm trying to jog my memory. They did not play very well. I think it was Houston they played. Yeah, it was Houston. SIUE, one of my first jobs, 2 years calling SIUE women's basketball. So shout out to Edwardsville, Illinois. They got in the tournament for the first time ever since they went Division I a bunch of years ago. So, yeah, I'll pull for those teams that I called games for. But Northwestern, all right, alma mater.
The Wildcats.
Cats.
Cats. I wanted to talk to you about this real quick because the game in Tokyo, I didn't watch any of those games. I don't know if you caught any of them live or if you caught the highlights.
Well, I saw highlights, but I did not. Well, I saw the second game I caught the tail end of because I was up.
Okay. I didn't see anything, but apparently this is why it's going to keep happening because it was the most watched Major League Baseball game and series ever in Japan. It drew an average of more than 25 million viewers across all platforms, and that even was more than the Seoul series from last year, 18.7 million viewers. The second game of the series averaged almost as much as the first game, 23 million viewers across all platforms. So these numbers are going to make Major League Baseball continue this, and I think these numbers are going to make Major League Baseball do more of it, not just one series to start the year. These things are making money for baseball, for the Dodgers, for everybody.
Yeah, I would imagine it's something they'd want to do more. Baseball is not the NFL where you're playing one game a week and you can send teams over there and then give them a bye on the back end. And I don't know how you would do it. I really don't. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously they play games in Mexico City in the middle of the year. I don't know how you play games in Japan or anywhere in Asia in the middle of the year. I couldn't see a disruption of the regular season like that. But, maybe they figure out a way to do more of this as far as playing at the very beginning of the year. Like maybe, if I'm Major League Baseball, I would not find it a crazy idea that one way or another, the LA Dodgers are going to Japan to start the season for the next however many years, to get Ohtani and Yamamoto and Sasaki there. I mean, to me, it's almost like a no-brainer to do it. And this is not Dodger loving on my part here on San Diego's number one sports station. But the reality is they have, they have Japanese stars, and to me, it would make a ton of sense for them to be over there once a year. And to me, the only time you can do it is at the start of the year.
I know. It just seems like it's such a hassle for everyone not named the Dodgers. Like the Cubs, they did have to fly a really long way. And I guess that's okay because in the next segment, we're going to talk about the schedule and the travel of the Padres. I want to get your thoughts on maybe if they should start giving more off days to teams that are going west to east. But maybe it balances out because they're in the Midwest, the Cubs. I can't see the Cubs wanting to go all the way to Japan to play these games and then come all the way back, and then they play a game against the Padres today in spring training. It's just ridiculous to me. I don't know.
Well, so I didn't get the full rundown of it today because I didn't go to the game, but the lineup for the Cubs, I mean, just taking a quick look at it here, it kind of went out of my focus once I was joining you.
Which is fine.
No. I don't mean that as like a dig at it. I didn't even really focus on the Cubs lineup. I mean, I'm looking at their lineup right now. I mean, there's nobody in this lineup, quite frankly. I mean, not nobody.
I should have looked at the lineup because you're absolutely right. There's nobody.
There's nobody of particular note in the lineup. And look, I think the Cubs only got back a couple of days ago. So, they decided, unlike the Padres last year, and I think it was a tad earlier than when the Padres did play in Korea last year, they decided to come back to Arizona and continue spring training. And I believe the Braves are actually flying to Arizona in the early part of this coming week, playing a couple of spring training games against the Cubs, and then they will carry on to San Diego. I have to look at the schedule exactly. This might be a good segue to the schedule conversation. But let me look at the actual schedule here. Yeah, so Monday, it really is interesting. Monday and Tuesday, the Cubs are going to play the Braves in Mesa. So 2 spring training, I guess they call it Cactus League games, even though the Braves are a Grapefruit League team. And then the Braves have an off day Wednesday, and they will they'll head to San Diego for opening day on Thursday. So interesting little wrinkle there.
It is an interesting little wrinkle. But when we get back, I want to talk to you about the schedule because there was this whole article that I read about how the Padres and West Coast teams are at a major disadvantage.
Was this the AC article?
It was the AC article. Okay. It was a great article.
I haven't read it. I'll read it during the break.
Oh, I don't want to bother you too much, Sam. So thank you for doing that.
What else can I do for you, Skraby? Anything else?
I'm losing my voice.
Anything else I'm supposed to do?
Yes, I would like.
You want me to?
I would like for you to,
DoorDash you food over there at Dave & Buster's. You don't want the mozzarella sticks. What do you want me to do?
I want you to read that article on the other side. We're going to talk about it. I'm happy to have Sam Levitt with me here today. Chris L is going to be joining us shortly. We are at Dave & Buster's, 2931 Camino del Rio North. We have 20 wings for $20 and $5 draft beers, eat and play combos. We have a bunch of different drinks that you can order, and they're on special. And Skrabinators are here and representing here. We got a whole table with the Skrabinators. We got Easton over there too.
What about the Levitators?
Where do we have any Levitators? I don't think so. I don't. Oh, okay. They're all raising their hand. Skrabinators and Levitators are one. And so when the Levitators are here, the Skrabinators are here, and vice versa. So I'm going to come over and say hi to all you guys in just a second. On the other side, we're going to talk about the schedule, and Chris L is going to join us soon from his hotel room in Baton Rouge. on 97.3 The Fan. I know you usually get this treatment, but I'm getting the treatment now, and it's amazing. So appreciate everyone. You can get 20 wings for $20, $5 draft beers, eat and play combos, a full entree with a game card. They've got new games. We've got baseballs to give away. We have one autographed baseball from Mike Schilt that we're going to give away around 5:30. We have an autographed baseball from Robert Suarez that we're going to give away around 6:30. You have to be here if your name is drawn to get that prize. So make sure you stick around. Again, 5:30 for Mike Schilt, 6:30-ish for Robert Suarez. And Sam Levitt is here with me. He is going to be here until, as I said, Chris gets here. But in the break, apparently, he read the AC article about the Padres travel. And I've talked about this a few times, Sam, because I think West Coast teams get really they get the short end of things all the time with the travel. And I understand that geography only works one way. But the Padres are going to play in 23 cities across 4 time zones over the next 6 months. They're going to travel 45,436 air miles. The only teams with more air miles will be the Dodgers and the A's. Dodgers are 48,649, but that really includes that trip to Tokyo. I don't know where the heck the A's are going because they're not going internationally, but 48,310 miles. And basically what Kevin Acee was saying in his article was, Midwest teams. Jason Hayward was brought up in this article, and he played for the Cubs for 7 seasons. And he said that sometimes on a day game, they would even get a whole day home by themselves before they had to travel because, they're playing teams like Pittsburgh and Cincinnati. Those flights are only an hour, hour and a half. Meanwhile, the Padres, if they play at home on a Sunday and they have to go and play the Mets on a Monday, they're leaving at like 4, 5, 6 p.m., getting there really super late. And so do they need to build in maybe more off days for the teams that travel more miles?
It's a good question. It would seem fair. I don't quite know how you would do it. I mean, maybe you'd be able to build in a couple over the course of the 5-6 months. But I'm not totally sure, without really sitting down and kind of analyzing it, how you would add a bunch more off days without having to start playing, double headers and stuff like that. So you get to 162 around the same time. So, look, it just, to me, Skraby, it kind of is what it is. I mean, obviously teams in the Midwest, not only can you leave, that night of the off day, but you can also, just have quicker flights. I mean, in division, think about the Midwest, where you're going. I mean, you're talking about, sometimes
so
less than hour flights. Yeah, to get to one place or another. The other elements of this that, that make it more challenging than it used to be, the new schedule, the fact that everybody plays everybody means the Padres go to the Eastern time zone and the Central time zone a lot more than they used to. And you used to have 19 games against your divisional opponent. So they came to you one more time. You went there one more time. And that meant that you were going to LA one more time a year, and they were coming to you one more time a year. You were going near, Colorado, Arizona, these teams where it's not this huge flight. So look, it's one of the unfortunate things about one of the real rare unfortunate things about playing in San Diego is that you do have longer flights, and it's a big flight to go to a lot of places that aren't really in the Southwest or on the West Coast. But not totally sure how you fix it unless you're going to start really tinkering with the schedule in a major way. Or the real way to fix it is that you cut down the number of games that everybody plays, and this goes from a 162 game schedule to a 150 something game schedule, and then everybody could get more off days, and you could build in more off days to the travel schedule and kind of do that for everybody. But I don't know how you would do it for one grouping of teams, is my point.
No, I totally get that. And I know that is the ultimate answer, is that it's just too difficult logistically to find another day off for them. But like maybe when a West Coast team is playing a night game and then they have to fly to, Chicago, or they have to fly to even Tampa, say, maybe they give them a day off. But I understand why they can't do it. They're already trying to pack in as much as they can in one season itself. And like you said, it's just part of playing the game and who you're playing for. If you're in the Midwest, then yeah, sure, that's a perk. But you're not in the Midwest, then you're going to be flying all over the place. It's just the West Coast has the worst time zone for everything, because when you're going to the East Coast, you lose 3 hours, which is a lot. It's a lot. And as a guy who already sleeps terribly, it would affect me. And that's why I'm not a baseball player, Sam. That's why I'm not a baseball player.
The weird, I will say, I was actually looking at the schedule well before we had this conversation a few days ago. And it is an interesting schedule this year. And Kevin points it out in his article. Kevin writes, after next week, when they're home 9 nights, including 3 before the start of the season, the Padres will spend more than a week in San Diego just once in the next 6 months. And you start looking at the schedule, and you see how that is the case, because they have a 7-game homestand to begin the year. And then after that, I'll run through it. They have a 6-game homestand. Then they have another 6-game homestand. I'm sorry, that's actually a 5-game homestand to finish out April. Then they have a 6-game homestand. Then they have another 6-game, 3-game, 6-game. They do have one really long homestand in July, beginning on a Friday, that goes for 10 games. But I think aside from that one, they don't have longer than a 6-game homestand the rest of the season. Let me check here. Yeah, 6 games there, then 3. Then they do have another 7 in late August, but another 7 a little bit later in September as well. The point is, they don't play longer than a 7-game homestand all but once this entire season. So this season in particular, I think with the schedule is going to feel very much like they're going in and out a lot.
Uh-oh. Did I lose? Nick? Did I lose? I think I may have lost Sam. He's there. I think he's there. Nick, are you hearing me? Okay. All right. Sam is trying to reconnect to the internet. We are having internet issues out there in Peoria, Arizona. But what Sam is saying, and Sam, you can just jump in whenever you're back on. But what Sam is saying is that it's going to feel like a pretty packed season, especially when you're at home, because you're going to be there for 7 days and that's it. They have several series. I mean, sometimes they have 3-team series that come into town, and there's like maybe only one of those. But I just was reading that earlier, the article about the Padres travel and everything, and I was reading about how the Cubs themselves are able in the middle of the country to only fly 30,000 miles on the year, even though they went to Tokyo for their first game. So Sam's still working on the internet. Nick, you have any updates, or should we just go forward? All right, we're going to go forward. Oh, he's back. Is he back?
You hear me now?
All right, he's back.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on today. I got connection issues today. I'm going on and off, so I apologize.
It's okay. All right. Well, we're going to rest real quick, and we're going to go and check the traffic report. And then on the other side, we're going to talk about something I didn't really want to talk about, but we have to. So traffic first.
So 97.3, The Fan.
Matt Skraby back here at Dave & Buster's in Mission Valley. Sam Levitt out there in Peoria. He is going to be coming home next week because we have opening day next Thursday. But I was just looking at myself on the screen, and I gotta say, I'm having a really good hair day. This is awesome. Like, usually I don't really have great hair days, but on the big screen, if you come down to Dave & Buster's, we're gonna see our YouTube feed right in the middle of this huge, massive screen that they have going on. They also have 4 other screens on each side that are going to be playing the different games as we go along. So make sure you come down to Dave & Buster's, 2931 Camino del Rio North. Now, Sam, the thing I didn't want to talk about, but we have to, is free agent pitcher Julio Urias. He has not actually pitched in the big league since 2023, and he was suspended through this year's All-Star break for violating Major League Baseball's joint domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse policy, Rob Manfred said. Now, he's not on a team right now, and this is his second suspension for violating that policy. He was suspended 20 games in 2019, but he's not on a team right now, so they couldn't give him a number of games to be suspended for. So that's why they chose July 17th, 2025 as a date that he can come back. Now, he's still a great pitcher, Sam, but is there a team? I mean, there's going to be a team that's going to take a chance on him, but do you think that he's worth checking out while he's going through all this? Because someone will line up for him at some point when he's done with this suspension.
I don't think it's worth it. I don't necessarily agree with you that teams are gonna that there's going to be a team to. Well, he's not. I'm trying to digest the story and get the facts right. So he was, because admittedly I read this a little bit earlier, but I didn't look into it super hard. So he obviously is not with a team, but he would have been eligible on this opening day had he been with a team.
He would not have been eligible because they would have given him a number of games suspended. You mean eligible to be on a team or eligible to play on opening day? Oh my gosh, I think we lost Sam. All right, this internet today is getting crazy. But if Sam, what Sam's saying is that he would be able to be on a team from what I'm reading, but he wouldn't be able to actually play until the number of games of the suspension was up. Now, since he's not on a team, they have picked a date to signify that he'll miss that many games. And I don't know if Sam is here with me, but
you got me?
Oh my gosh, yes. Yes, thank you for sticking in, Sam. We've got some internet issues.
You know, all of spring training I've been dynamite with the connection. It's been awesome. I don't know what's happening.
It's okay.
I don't know what's happening.
We're just gonna keep working. We're just gonna keep working.
I don't know. I really don't. I'm not doing anything differently. Same hotspots and everything. So I don't know what it is today.
I blame Nick DiNucci back in studio.
Yeah, you know, the only thing that's different today is the only thing that is different today is you're also on remote. So maybe it's something having to do with that.
Maybe.
I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of.
Luis Urias. Or not Luis Urias, I'm sorry.
But help me clarify, Skraby. So he was suspended today, but had he not been suspended today, and hypothetically if he was with another team, would he have been eligible to start of the season?
Yes, I believe he would have been. So that's why they did it today.
I mean, well, that's why I disagree with you that teams are going to be, there's going to be a team for him, because wouldn't they have signed him for the start of this year? I
think they knew that a suspension was coming.
About this stuff. Okay, I understand.
I mean, he did this. This all happened in 2024. He pled no contest in 2024, but this happened in September of 2023. So he hasn't really. My question is this:
my question is this still about the original incident, or is this a new incident?
It's about the second incident, which is, he has one incident from earlier in his career, that 20-game suspension. This is a second incident that we heard about a long time ago,
he was suspended
but we
20 games in 2019. I got it. I understand.
Yeah, so he's being placed on administrative leave. Now, he was on video getting into an altercation with his wife, and so there was video proof
understand.
Of
okay,
all of this.
let me read this, just if anybody's confused, like I was. Urias obviously was with the Dodgers. He was placed on administrative leave after his latest arrest in September of 2023. He remained there on administrative leave until becoming a free agent at the end of that season, did not sign with a team last year while under investigation. So this is now an official suspension from Major League Baseball rather than him being under investigation and on administrative leave. So I guess that's the difference. Okay. But it is the same incident. Yeah. Look, Skraby, teams take this stuff very seriously, as they should. I don't see it with Julio Urias. I don't see a team giving him that opportunity. Obviously, serious allegations, very serious investigation. And Major League Baseball thought, it was serious enough to now suspend him until July. So I don't. Yeah, I mean, I really don't.
Because the only reason I'm asking, Sam, is because I know that I'm going to be hit over the head by why aren't they signing Julio Urias because they need a pitcher, and my answer would be the same thing as Trevor Bauer. It just wouldn't work in the clubhouse, and he's also suspended right now. Urias is. So I know I'm going to get that question.
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like you see that every now and then, like when any team is looking for pitching or needs pitching, there's always the commenters and people who will ask the questions about Bauer and ask the question that I suppose now hypothetically about Urias as well. I just, look, in the Bauer case, teams haven't done it and they take it seriously and they don't want to sign him. And I don't blame them for that at all. And I would assume there's a very good possibility that the Urias situation follows the same way. I mean, this is now 2 suspensions for violating the policy. Obviously, the second one went under investigation, was serious enough where the Dodgers had him on administrative leave. So, it's not only a first-time offender, it's now a second-time offender of the policy. And
it's serious stuff. It really is serious stuff.
Not good stuff.
And, I just don't whenever someone asks me that, I understand the question just because I understand that, in sports, you look past certain things if you can do certain things like pitch really, really well. But I just don't. I don't want guys like that on my team. I don't want guys that are under investigation twice in their career in the last 7 years, 8 years. I just don't need that in my clubhouse.
Yeah, I think Skraby. I think a lot of major league teams agree.
Yeah,
if not all.
He's going to be like a Marlin or something. That's what's going to happen. He's going to be a Marlin. He's going to sign for no money. He's going to be stuck in Miami forever. That's what's going to happen, Sam.
The
I don't
Marlins
know. We have
spend
such a
money.
big delay.
The Marlins don't spend any. The Marlins are being investigated themselves for not spending any money, so little money that the players' union may file a grievance against them. So I don't think they're going to spend any additional money on anything.
That's great for them too. I did read that. Even though the GM said that he was going to be in the mix for a lot of free agents this year, they literally didn't spend any money. And I think their payroll is lower this year than it was in 2005, which is insane.
Yeah, crazy.
All right, Sam. I'm going to let you go because Chris is going to be here shortly. Your internet is acting up, but I really appreciate you jumping in here with me. And I appreciate you always supporting the Skraby Show and Gwynn and Chris and the Skrabinators and the Levitators. So thank you very much, my friend.
All right, Skraby. Appreciate it.
All right, that's it. When we get back, I'll update you on the top news of the day. Darvish has something going on. We'll talk about it when we get back here on 97.3 The Fan.
on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, hour number 3 of Gwynn and Chris here from Dave & Buster's in Mission Valley. We have a bunch of people here, and they are enjoying their food right now. So if you are on the freeway right now, if you're listening to me and you're stopped in traffic and you're somewhere near Mission Valley, you need to pull over, get off the freeway, and come on down to Dave & Buster's because we got food specials, we got drink specials, we got everything going on. We also have a big Skrabinator meetup today, which is amazing. There's a ton of Skrabinators here. We have our youngest Skrabinator, Easton. Oh, Easton's sleeping, so we can't. Well, he's always a Skrabinator. We got the rest of the crew, and it's kind of like a community that is being built here at 97.3 The Fan. So I appreciate all the Skrabinators for showing up. Some of the specials: 20 wings for $20 and $5 draft beers, eat and play combos, a full entree with a game card. New games here at Dave & Buster's: UFC, Human Crane, and Top. I got to go look at this Human Crane. Whenever I read Human Crane, I feel like it's a human crane. Like they're going to lift you up as a human. I'm looking at Jeff Hamby, and he's just shaking his head yes to give me some backup on that one. Top Gun Maverick is another one. So cheers, we're saying. Oh, he's watching us on YouTube there. I appreciate that. If you love Mediterranean food, try Spiro's for authentic Mediterranean cuisine in Coronado or La Jolla. For dining or takeout options, visit spiroscuisine.com. But today, we are eating potato skins, we're eating mozzarella sticks, we're eating wings, we're eating pizza, and lots of drinking going on, which is fine with me as well, as long as you don't get too crazy. Because, I'm well aware of getting too crazy in my life with alcohol. If you're just tuning in for the first time, you're like, why is this guy being so weird? Well, it's because I used to, I haven't drank in over 8 years, and it's because I was a bit of a mess. So if you're hearing this for the first time, it'll be the first of many times that I'll mention that. Now, we have some, let's see, where was I going to go? I had it right here, but we are going to be updating you. Oh, man, I closed the tab. This is great, everybody. I closed the tab of the NCAA men's basketball scores. So this is kind of All right, got it. Florida has started. They are up 13-3 over Norfolk State. And I did not say a bad word, I swear. Earlier today, we had Duke beating Mount St. Mary's by a lot. Alabama and Robert Morris. Alabama won by 9 points, 90-81. Iowa State beat Lipscomb 82-55. Maryland beat Grand Canyon 81-49. Colorado State beat Memphis 78-70. Ole Miss beat North Carolina 71-64, which really, really puts a dent into my bracket because I picked North Carolina to go to the Final Four. I was feeling the love, I guess, from them on Thursday night, so I picked them, Tuesday night. Yeah, Tuesday night. Vanderbilt lost to St. Mary's 59-56. Baylor beat Mississippi State 75-72, and we still have a ton of games to go here. Now, I was talking about some of the different arcade games that they have here, and I just have to, for a second, talk about how when I was a kid, I loved Area 51 to the point where I would just stand there all day and play Area 51. I could probably play that game in my sleep, just knowing where it's coming from. And everybody knows Area 51. Everybody has to know about the game Area 51. And it's here. And at some point, I may have to go play it. But if I start playing Area 51, I will never, ever stop playing Area 51. The other game I don't play ever because I'm really, really, really bad at it. And they have it here. Skee ball. I don't know. Show of hands. Who likes skee ball? All right. So, yeah. Oh, wow. More. Okay. All right. More people like skee ball than I thought. Who is actually good at skee ball? We got one hand and a maybe hand. And then we got two hands and a maybe hand. Skee ball is, when I was a kid, I used to get mad at things. And I'm telling this story because this is what I do. But when I was a kid, I was playing skee ball, and I lost to my brother in skee ball. And my brother and I, he's younger by 4 years. And so I had a rivalry with him. and he would beat me in Madden all the time. He was the cheater who used Michael Vick all the time in Madden, so that's the type of guy he is. And then he moved to Lamar Jackson. But we were playing skee ball up at Circus in Reno, and he beat me, and I got so mad. I took one of the balls, and I chucked it at the machine, and I chucked it right through the like little runway thing. You know how when you throw it up on the skee ball? And I'm kid you not, I ran like I've never ran before. And I left my brother there as everybody's coming over to be like, who ruined the skee ball machine? I'm not going to say that he did it. I'm not going to say that he told on me, but he told on me. That's what happened. They came and got me. I got in big trouble. But that's why I don't like skee ball. Skee ball is not my favorite thing in the world at all. Chris just texted me. He says he hates Baton Rouge traffic. He's stuck trying to get back to the hotel. That is okay. We're going to continue to talk here on 97.3 The Fan. And we're at Dave & Buster's right now. Come on down. But really what we should be talking about right now is the news that Darvish is heading to the IL. Darvish has some elbow soreness, and they are officially putting him on the IL. He is not going to be starting the season on the active roster. And, we talked about this a little bit earlier. I think that Darvish wasn't expected to, once we knew that there was some discomfort happening, I think that I didn't really expect him to be with the opening day the opening day rotation. Yeah. I didn't expect him to be a part of that just because I think that they're going to take their time with Darvish. They're going to make sure that Darvish is feeling as good as possible before they go and they risk injury further. But the one thing I will say about Darvish being on the IL, the injury itself does not make me feel good. It's not a good thing when a 38-year-old pitcher has elbow soreness this early into the season. I mean, the season hasn't even started yet. And like we've been saying leading up to all of this, Darvish is he's important throughout the entire season, but you really want to be ready for the stretch run. You want him to be ready for the second half. You want him to be a guy who is able to go and pitch shutout games in big moments like he did last year against the Dodgers. He had 2 games against the Dodgers after missing most of the year at that personal issue, and he was so good in those games. And he was a guy who kept the Padres in it. And I think that is the bigger picture. That is what we need to be looking at, because we're not going to be – I don't think that him missing the first month of the season is going to make or break the Padres' chances at a playoff spot. If they're going to miss the playoffs – which I don't think they will, and I'm knocking on wood. If they're going to miss the playoffs, it won't be because Darvish wasn't there. And it will be because of someone else being injured or someone else struggling, mostly on the offensive side. But this also brings up something, too, about how the Padres have treated their roster in the last couple years. And it really is, it's been apparent to all of us, I think, that the Padres are looking to win now. And I think that's what we all want as well. We want the Padres to win now. And last year, they traded away a lot of their high value arms to get some guys to bolster the team so that they can make it through the playoffs. And I'm not questioning those moves because they were the right moves. But when you trade Robbie Snelling and you're getting a rental in Tanner Scott, then you have to kind of think like, if we don't win the World Series, where are we going to be at next year? Now, they really thought that they had a team that would 100% be in the World Series. Jerks and Profar, we're going to play it if we get to the Big Five. But Jerks and Profar said that, his team last year, he thought if they were to win against the Dodgers, they would have won it all. Now, it's really easy to say that after the fact, but I do believe that all of us believed that the Padres were going to make it to the World Series or at least get to the NLCS. But as we all know, it didn't happen. They pushed all their chips in last year. And so they don't have guys that they can call up right now that are ready. Now, there are probably certain guys that we're just not talking about, that they know more about than us. But if you're going to trade away your guys like they did last year to bolster, like they got Jason Adam, and that is totally fine with me. Jason Adam being a guy that they have and traded for is the right move because he's going to be on the team this year, and he is someone that's going to help a lot. So I'm fine with the whole Jason Adam thing. That is no issue to me because he has proven that he's worth it. And he's already proven, I mean, we already know what he can do. So that's another thing is if you were going to have that prospect that, we're talking about, the pitching prospect, you have no idea what they're going to do. You have no idea what they're going to be able to amass throughout a season. But with Jason Adam, we know going into the year that he has closer potential. And so I think that is why that trade is stomachable. I know that's not a word, but it's stomachable. Now, the Jason or the Tanner Scott trade, I do think that it was worth it. But now that you didn't win the World Series, it makes it a little bit less worth it to me. And it's all me judging after the fact. At the time, I was all for the Tanner Scott trade. But now that you have Darvish, we talked about it before spring training even started. You had Joe Musgrove out for the year. They already knew that. So they go and they get Nick Pivetta to replace Joe Musgrove in there. And then what happens after that is now that you have Darvish on the IL, you're not sure when he's going to come back. You have another hole. And so you're going to have to figure out the best way to go about that. And I kind of look a little bit towards this trade last year. Now, Tanner Scott was involved in a big trade, and he should have been. He was one of the better pitchers in baseball. But the Padres get, and here's another part of it that I guess I'm not really saying is important enough. And that would be that they got Brian Hoeing back in the deal as well. So they got Tanner Scott and Brian Hoeing for the Padres at the time, number 2 prospect in Robbie Snelling. They gave up Adam Major, Graham Pauley, and Jay Bashirs. We saw Adam Major. We saw what he could do. He wasn't ready. And so I'm fine with that. Graham Pauley wasn't ready. I'm fine with that. Jay Bashirs wasn't ready. Robbie Snelling, we don't know what he would have done. So that's the only one I think that people can question in this trade. But even if they didn't make that trade, even if they kept Robbie Snelling, do we think that he would be able to come up with, do we think that he would be able to replace Darvish in a rotation without no questions asked? No, I'm not willing to do that. So they get AJ Preller has many different avenues that he goes down. If he has a plan A, he's also got a B, C, D, E, F, G, H, all the way down to Z. He has everything covered. And so I trust AJ Preller, and I trust that they're going to be able to make it through. But if you're looking internally for guys that they could use right now, you really got you don't have Matt Waldron because he's on the IL, or at least he's dealing with some oblique issues. And you're probably looking at Randy Vasquez, who we haven't really seen lately. And so you're kind of putting together a rotation and you're kind of stitching it together a little bit, which is fine. All teams do this throughout the year. But I do think that with what they did last year, trading away some of their bigger prospect arms, it could hurt the Padres this year. Am I going to blame the season on that? No, I'm not going to blame the season on that, because when you're getting someone like Tanner Scott, you have to give up the good players, and you have to not look back when you do that. And so Darvish's injury is a whole different can of worms. And we're going to have to see over the next 15 days. Well, the IL actually hasn't started yet, but he's not going to start on the opening day roster. He's going to start the season on the IL. And that's not good. Like I said, 38-year-old pitcher with elbow soreness is not something that I love to hear about. but we'll keep an eye on that. I'm at Dave & Buster's right now here in Mission Valley. We got a bunch of people here, so we also have some food specials, 20 wings for $20 and 5 draft beers, eat and play combos, full entree with a game card. They have new games, all of that, and we're giving away baseballs. A signed Mike Schilt baseball is going to be given away at 5:30, around 5:30, and a signed Robert Suarez baseball is going to be given away around 6:30. Make sure you come down to Dave & Buster's. If you're in traffic right now, come on down, eat something, wait for the traffic to die down, come sign up, see if you win these autographed baseballs. You can't miss it. We also have that basketball game, Papa Shot, that I did not do great at, and I probably should never tell anyone ever again what my score was on the Papa Shot. But when we get back, I'm going to check on Chris. We also got some other news of the day. But first, your traffic report on 97.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody, it's Skraby here for SD Fat Loss. And yes, I know I'm surrounded by a lot of delicious food right now, but I also know that I don't have to eat that delicious food if I don't want to. It's actually something that is really hard for me to do. And SD Fat Loss taught me how to do it. And they taught me how to go to places with delicious looking food that I can't eat. It's just something that I really have to get past. And I have gotten past it thanks to SD Fat Loss and their program. Now, I know that people hear me say it works. It really does. And they're kind of skeptical, which I would have been too. I'm a skeptical human being. But I'm telling you right now, every person that I've ever talked to that has tried this program has told me that they have lost weight because of SD Fat Loss and what they did for them. They're not just concerned with you losing weight now. They're concerned with you losing weight and keeping that weight off in the future. That's the big thing for them. They're going to help you reset your metabolism. They're going to give you a lot of instructions on how to live your life and lose weight at the same time. I lost 40 pounds. Chris lost 37 pounds. Ben Higgins lost 40 pounds, over 40 pounds. And I've met so many different people that have lost a lot of weight. And the reason that my shirt is so big right now is because I lost weight thanks to SD Fat Loss. Right now, they have a $200 spring sale. If you want that sale, you need to give them a call and tell them about it. 858-665. Yeah, 858-665-3211. Tell them you want the $200 off. Also tell them you want a free consultation. Or you can go sign up for an appointment on sdfatloss.com. at Dave & Buster's with a bunch of my friends, Skrabinators, everyone. I appreciate this. This actually makes me feel like I'm kind of cool for once in my life. This is, in high school, I didn't get this treatment, so I appreciate everybody here right now. And if you don't know, this is like a Skrabinator meetup because of the chat we have on YouTube. You just need to go search 97.3 The Fan on YouTube for the Gwynn and Chris show. But the Skraby show is going to be from 6 to 7 p.m. That's a YouTube that you need to go and follow. But really, we have this big, huge meeting because all of you are on the chat together and all of you have built a community. I don't even want to take any credit for this community because I am just here. You guys are the ones who are actually doing it. So come on down, meet the Skrabinators, meet some listeners. Also, we have baseballs to give away, and I think you were giving away Dave & Buster's gift cards as well. So make sure you sign up for that when you get here. And I was told that they actually, for anyone who's heading down here right now and thinking, oh, well, my name's going to go on the top of 600. No, they reset it each show. So anybody that signed up for something during this show, your name is only in there with other people that signed up after 2 p.m. So we wanted to make it a little bit fair that way. A Skrabinator game is coming up here in the season. Everybody needs to stay tuned for that Skrabinator game because what I do is I pretty much hijack the Odyssey suite and I give it to all of the listeners out there, and we have a good time watching the game. This time I got the game at night, which is a good thing because I know that some people can't actually make it during the day, so I am appreciative of everyone who reached out and said, make it at night, please. I need to go. I'm a teacher. Reward the teachers. And my mom's a teacher, and my sister's a teacher, so I had to reward the teachers. Chris Ello is stuck in Baton Rouge traffic, and he's going to be here as soon as possible. I already did the basketball game that's here. I did terrible. I think I had 13 points the first time. I had 17 points the second time. And Rod apparently had 44 points. You know what? I'm never going to try the basketball game again because it just made me look really, really bad. Really bad. Let's get back into a little bit of Padres, and we'll talk about what happened in last night's game because we didn't cover that in the last segment. But a guy that I've been pretty hard on, Jason Hayward, had a nice night last night. He had a 3-run triple in his first at bat, and he went 1 for 3. He started the season hitless in his first 10 at bats, which wasn't great, but now he's 4 for 18, so he's picked it up a little bit. Jake Cronenworth he went 1 for 3, has 8 hits in his past 17 at bats. Xander Bogaerts was 1 for 2 with the walk, and he's 9 for 31 with 3 walks this spring, which brings him to a 290 average. Luis Arraez was 0 for 3. Which he had a streak at 5 games in spring training. He's only hitting a paltry 395 in spring. Yeah, come on, Luis. We need you to hit over 500 during spring training. What's this 395 stuff? Also, we had Nick Pivetta last night. I think Nick Pivetta is going to be a massive part of this team this year. And I think Nick Pivetta could even be the steal of the offseason. They got him for a very, very interesting contract. He ended up signing for 4 years, but the contract that he has for this year is so team-friendly that it's almost a steal right there. How many more times can I say steal about the same thing? We'll keep trying. But Nick Pivetta signed his 4-year, $55 million deal with the Padres, and this year he's being paid $2.5 million. Now, next year, he will be paid $20.5 million, which is fine with me. If he's a pitcher that is really, really good this year, which I think he will be, he is going to be well worth that $20.5 million. That's not even a question in my mind. A $2.5 million payroll number this year is amazing for the Padres because that works right into their wheelhouse with what they want to do financially, works right within their wheelhouse and what they want to do by grabbing a guy who is motivated. He was out there a long time on the free agent market. Nick Pivetta was not very happy with, and I'm putting words in his mouth, but I've heard him kind of say this. He wasn't very happy with being without being signed for as long as he was. And so he said, hey, Padres, you have a good team. I really want to make this happen. So he did, and he worked with them. The last night, he allowed 1 hit, walked 1 over 5 scoreless innings in his final Cactus League start. He finished with 76 pitches. He had a .98 whip in spring training. So for someone who is new to the team, he is acclimating very well and quick as well. Now, some of the other notes from last night, Alec Jacob, reliever, worked his 6th consecutive scoreless inning. And so it looks like he is going to be on the roster. He's allowed 1 run in only 8 innings this spring. So that's a pretty good stat line for Alec Jacob. And we've talked about this before. We've talked about Alec Jacob being a guy who is going to make this team, and he's going to do it relatively cheap. So it's a good thing that Alec Jacob is here. Ron Marinaccio is also battling for 1 spot. He worked a scoreless inning. Now, Tony did his roster yesterday, and Tony put out everything and said, I think either Ron Marinaccio or let me get my notebook out and see what we wrote down yesterday, because it was Ron Marinaccio, and he was combined with 1 other person. And the combination of that would be trying to go find my stuff, and I don't have it. Anyway, it was a combination of 2 guys, but Tony thinks he's pitched well enough to put himself into a position to make the team, Ron Marinaccio. Now, the last person I want to talk about from last night was Adrian Morejon. He was charged with 3 runs in the 9th inning, his first time being scored on in 8 appearances this season, or this spring, I'm sorry. But he's going to be fine. He's going to be okay. Adrian Morejon is going to be a good reliever for the Padres, a strong reliever for the Padres. All right, you're listening to Gwynn and Chris. I'm filling in for Gwynn and Chris right now. Chris is somewhere in traffic. He said he's almost there, so we'll catch up with Chris when he gets back. But on the other side, we are going to talk about some of the Big 5 topics and maybe even get some live audience reaction to the Big 5 topics. And if you want to come join us down here at Dave & Buster's, please do. Come on down, 2931 Camino del Rio North. If you're on the 805 or the 8 near Mission Valley, just stop on by. When you walk in, go left to the bar and then left again, and you'll see us on this big, huge screen over here. Oh, my gosh, I just looked at the screen, and I just realized how big I actually am on the screen. That is a lot. That is a lot. Look, I'm about to react. All right, anyway, come on down. We want to meet you. We have tons of stuff going on. Baseballs to give away. Dave & Buster's gift cards to give away. A lot more to come on Gwynn and Chris on 97.3 The Fan. Ready in a few. So that's Chris Ello for you. He also texted, I hate Baton Rouge traffic. Stuck trying to get back to the hotel. You know, I got to say, Chris has been traveling a lot lately, and he's been really good with the technology. I have nothing to make fun of him for. And it's kind of sad because I can't make fun of him for not being able to use his cell phone anymore because he now knows how to use his cell phone. If you want to come join us down here at Dave & Buster's, you can. We have a bunch of people here. Skrabinators are here. We got a basketball game going on. We got prizes we're giving away. 2931 Camino del Rio North. And everybody's showing up. Joseph from the chat just showed up. So if you want to come down and meet some of the fellow people on YouTube or just meet me, you can do that. Come on down to Dave & Buster's right now. If you're on the freeway, you're waiting in traffic, I can tell you that it would be a good idea to get off the freeway and wait for the traffic to die down here at Dave & Buster's. So that's what what's going on right now. March Madness specials on March today, and then April 7th, 20 wings for $20 and $5 draft beers, eat and play combos, full entree with a game card, and then all of the different games around the arcade area. Now, March Madness is well underway. And the second wave of games on day number 2 are underway as well. We've been updating as we've been going along. And because Florida was playing earlier, I want to make sure we get what Florida's doing. Yeah, they're up 53-30 over Norfolk State. 137 left to go in the first half. Kentucky and Troy 14-12. New Mexico is leading Marquette right now 14-6. And those are the games that are live at the moment. Earlier today, the only upset, I guess big upset, would be Colorado State and Memphis. Colorado State took down Memphis 78-80, or to 70. If it was 78-80, it means that the other team won. But 78-70, Memphis goes out in the first round. North Carolina gets dropped by Ole Miss, which really hurts my bracket. My bracket was doing good until North Carolina. St. Mary's takes down Vanderbilt 59-56. Baylor and Mississippi State 75-72. But this tournament, as Sam and I were talking about a little bit earlier, this tournament has been kind of a yawner in regards to like buzzer beaters and drama, really, because the NCAA tournament is known for drama. But we have not had much drama in this NCAA tournament. Now, we do have a bunch of other games that are going to happen tonight. We also have games that are going to happen throughout the weekend. So there's plenty of time for drama, but I'm going to need a little bit of drama sooner than that. Yeah, sooner than that. Okay. We're not going to play the Big Five open because I'm doing the Big Five by myself, but I do want to talk about some of the other the stories that we had. So I'm kind of going to do the Big Five by myself. It's an unofficial Big Five. But first, Nick, we need to check traffic.
From the 855.
All right, Skraby here at Dave & Buster's, 2931 Camino del Rio North. Nick back in studio was telling me that Mount St. Mary's, who got beat by Duke today by a lot, is near Gettysburg. And I think that's fun. I've never been to Gettysburg. Have you been to Gettysburg, Nick?
I have multiple times. I grew up like maybe an hour and a half away, so I'm not far away.
Okay. If people don't know, Nick is one of our Padres directors during the season. He's also from the East Coast. He's from Baltimore. So Gettysburg, is it creepy? Because I would feel like Gettysburg would be a little creepy.
It is a little ominous to your point. There's obviously a lot of death happened there, but it's, as a history nerd, it's a pretty interesting place to go. And it's, to your point, it's like kind of eerie, but in a sort of a fascinating, interesting way.
Yeah. I'm going to have to go to some of those places one of these days. Instead, I've been to Plymouth Rock in my life, and Plymouth Rock is worthless to me. It is literally just a rock that is surrounded by like a mausoleum. And I know that it's called Plymouth Rock, and Plymouth Rock is a rock, but I drove like from Boston. It took me an hour and a half to get there, and it was not worth it. I would have to say, sorry to all you Plymouth people out there, not into the Plymouth Rock. But anyway, there's our vacation, suggestions for everyone. Nick, why don't you go ahead and hit the bed for the Big Five, and I'm going to get into some of these stories that we were going to kick around with Chris, and he may even join us in the middle of this, so I'll keep a look at my phone. But the first story I was going to bring up earlier today.
Number 5.
There we go. Modern Day High School, a California private school. I think we're all familiar with them here in San Diego, but they have inked a 10-year multimedia rights deal with a media and marketing company, Playfly Sports. It's believed to be the first time in a high school has signed a third-party multimedia rights deal. The landmark agreement is valued in the high seven-figure range, and according to someone familiar with the deal. Modern Day is located, as we know, Santa Ana. They're trying to use Playfly's resources to drive revenue opportunities across sponsorship, merchandise, and digital media. Now, this school is hoping the new addition of national corporate partners, enhanced game day experiences, will ease pressure on its ongoing fundraising efforts. If anybody knows what I'm about to say, it's I cannot stand when people do something for money. It's the only reason. Modern Day does not need this. Well, why are we giving a high school a high seven-figure multimedia rights deal? I maybe I'm wrong. Because I'm not going to check Modern Day high school results. Is anybody in this room checking Modern Day high school results? See? So I don't know why they're being paid high seven-figure range for this. The reason I stumbled there is Chris is ready. So, Chris, hello, sir.
I can't believe you're trying to deny poor Modern Day high school this money that's coming to them.
Me, Chris? Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. We're talking about media rights deals with high schools now. What are we doing?
Pretty soon it'll be middle school, and then they'll be getting NIL deals as soon as they're born.
Sorry, they're cheering for you. They saw you just.
Thanks, guys. Hi, everybody. Sorry it took me so long. The traffic is so Skraby. I'm never coming to Baton Rouge ever again after we leave this weekend.
You're done with Baton Rouge forever?
The traffic is Los Angeles. You now have the second worst traffic in America.
Baton Rouge just took over the top traffic spot in the country. Chris, that's not a lie, because we had several listeners tweet us yesterday about the Baton Rouge traffic, saying that they would sit in the 805 traffic hands down every day over Baton Rouge traffic.
Yeah, and it's the 10 freeway, the same one that we take into Phoenix. That you and I were stuck on traffic last week in Phoenix. Yes. It just keeps on going all the way to Louisiana, apparently. It's the same 10 freeway, but the traffic is, anyway, I'm here. Yes. Sorry I'm late, but man, it was fun to watch these kids get to experience their March moment and try to get ready to play LSU. And that segment I did before, Skraby, with all the noise, that's exactly what the coaching staff was doing. They were piping noise in so the kids could just get a feel for what it's going to be like in that arena tomorrow night. I thought that was something I've only heard of in football before. But
yeah, that is interesting.
Cool.
I mean, they're going to have to. We'll talk all about that at 5 p.m. But back to me bashing Modern Day. I just when I read the story, Chris, I didn't really know what in the world to think. But as I thought about it, I'm thinking this is just getting crazier and crazier and crazier. What do you think about it?
Oh, it's going to – I said I would think pretty soon. I mean, if you get like – I can't think of a good athlete couple off the top of my head. Maybe you can think of one. I remember Andre Agassi was married to Steffi Graf for a long time back in the day. But I bring that up because if they gave birth and you had a kid, I could see somebody giving it a tennis NIL deal before it's even out of the crib.
Okay, I see where you're going now. I was like, where is he going with this whole thing? But yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
These kids are going to get NIL deals before they're even born.
Yeah. I mean, Bronny James came along at the wrong time. He would have made $10 million before he was born if he was still, LeBron was younger.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's the only thing to say, Skraby.
Yeah, it is. It is. All right, let's go to the next one. Speaking of Bronny.
Number 4.
Bronny James showed a little bit of the future last night, I think. Bronny played 30 minutes, put up career highs in points and assists with 17 points, 5 assists, both of which were enough to tie for the team lead in both of those categories. He had 3 rebounds and a block as well. So a pretty busy night for him. He did enough to really actually, this is what the article said, and I left it in there. Chris, quote, he did enough to necessitate an actual highlight video, end quote, is what the article said, which is kind of messed up. But he played in this game in a 39-point loss to the Milwaukee Bucks. So my question, Chris, is do you think a career performance for Bronny is in a big loss is watered down?
I don't want to take it away from him. I mean, you score 17 points in a sanctioned NBA game. That's something, okay? But, yeah, I don't want to overrate it because you don't really know the total circumstances. I mean, yes, it was in a one-sided game, but did the Milwaukee Bucks really plan their defense to try to slow down Bronny James? They probably doubled off of him and let him run free most of the night. There's really no reason to defend him very often. So, he's going to have to do this, a few more times before I think, teams might say, hey, wait a minute, maybe Bronny can do something. But I don't want to totally take it away from him. I mean, it's a legit thing. He scored 17 points in an NBA game. There's not a lot of us that can say it. So.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you're right. They're not really planning for Bronny at all. They're just kind of – they weren't planning on being having a 39-point lead either. But, hey, I'm happy for the guy. Maybe it produces a little bit of confidence for him, and maybe he's able to build off of this. He's been doing a lot of interviews lately, Chris, and talking about different things that he's different things that he is using as fuel, which we did talk about yesterday. So hopefully this is good for him.
I mean, he's getting an opportunity, and I got to give him credit. Here's one place I'd really like to give him credit, Skraby. I really don't think he had the talent to be an NBA player when the Lakers drafted him under all of these circumstances. But I do think that he's using the opportunity that he has got to give it his very best shot. And he seems to be really improving quite a bit. And the results are starting to show up. So, it's not like they appointed him, they drafted him, and he's just sat there and waited for people to give him something. He's tried to go out and earn something. And for that, I give him a thumbs up.
All right. Let's go to the next.
You can't do it. You can't get behind it.
So, Sam and I talked about this a little bit earlier, but Kevin Acee wrote an article about the Padres' travel this year. They're going to be in 23 cities across 4 time zones over the next 6 months. They're going to fly 45,436 miles. The Dodgers, however, and the A's are the only 2 teams that are going to fly more, 48,649 miles for the Dodgers, and the A's 48,310 miles. Now, the Cubs went to Tokyo as well. They're just going to be traveling 30,237 air miles, which is the 9th fewest in Major League Baseball. So the article is about how Jason Hayward was talking about when he was with the Cubs, he sometimes even got full days off because the Cubs are in the middle of the country. They only have to fly 45 minutes to Cincinnati or whatever. So travel for a lot of teams is much easier. And my question to Sam was, do they need to build in more off days when a team like the Padres or the Mariners or the Dodgers or the Giants or the Angels or whatever fly from west to east? Because that's when they really get hit hard, is when they have to leave late in the day and then they have to go to the East Coast. So do you think it would be fair if they had more built-in off days for those teams?
I don't think they need to do that. What they need to do is stop trying to get all of the money in the world by playing 300 interleague games and flying all over the country. Go back to letting these teams play within their own division. It's what we want to see more of. We didn't see enough of it at all last year. The Padres and the Dodgers only played 13 times because of that. I don't think the Dodgers are even coming to San Diego until June this year, something crazy like that.
Yeah.
There's not enough divisional play. What they've gotten rid of divisional play so that you can play the Tigers and the Orioles and the Yankees and the Rays and the Royals every single year. Stop it. Go back to divisional play, and these teams won't have to travel as much. It is an inherent advantage to play baseball for the Cardinals or the Cubs or the Brewers or the Royals and be in the middle of the country. But you can't change that geography. So I'm not going to build in extra days for these guys. Just play more division games and you won't have to travel as much.
Yeah, that is true. That is somewhat what Sam said. All right, we have a couple minutes left. We're just going to go to number one, Nick.
Number one.
The U.S. men's national team failed its first competitive test of the Mauricio Pochettino era in rather embarrassing fashion. They lost to Panama 1-0 in a CONCACAF Nations League semifinal at SoFi Stadium. They were actually booed off the field at halftime, Chris. They seemed like they were going to be in extra time, but Panama scored 90 minutes plus 4. So they scored in the 94th minute to win the game. My question is, Chris, when is the men's soccer team going to be good? It's a terrible question.
I don't have enough time before the music runs out, but I'll give you this. When our best athletes in this country start choosing soccer over baseball, soccer, and basketball, then our soccer team will be up to snuff.
Okay, fair enough.
That's the simplest answer I can give you.
When we get back, more on Chris's trip to LSU, and we'll update you on March Madness, get Chris's thoughts on UCSD, what they did last night. Also, we'll get Chris's thoughts on Darvish going to the IL. A lot more ahead. We're going to be giving away that autographed baseball at 5:30. So come on down to Dave and Buster's in Mission Valley.
From opening day to the final out of the season, we're tracking every move.
I guess I am taking us in, Chris. Chris Ello is here with us. 97.3 The Fan. We're at Dave & Buster's in Mission Valley. Please come on down. We are here for another 2 hours. We got 5 to 6 with the Gwynn and Chris program, and we have the Skraby show from 6 to 7. Chris, now look at your screen, and I'm going to show you the contingent of Skrabinators that are here today. Look at all of these people that are here.
Hey, I love it.
The Skrabinators and Gwynn and Chrisers right over there, too.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks, you guys, for
everybody.
supporting. Hey, I know he's.
Uh-oh. Hey, he's talking, but nothing's happening. I don't know why the internet is being so bad lately. I'm not sure. All right. Well, Chris was talking there for a second. Nick, maybe turn them on and off and see what happens. But okay, so we are dealing with a couple technical difficulties here. This is just great, everybody. Chris, are you there? Can you hear me?
I'm back. I was just congratulating everybody for being there. I really appreciate, because what I said is Matt has been so nervous about having to sit out at Dave & Buster's by himself for like the last month. He's kind of a lonely guy, and if he's by himself, he gets a little uneasy.
With that word?
So I just want to say thank you to everybody for showing up and really supporting Mr. Skraby today. It is very kind. You guys don't know how much you mean to him.
Hey,
yes.
Everybody needs to come down here and hang out.
That's right.
I was saying
good,
earlier,
everyone.
Chris, I was saying earlier that I actually feel cool for once. Like there's people that, I feel like I'm popular in high school or something. This definitely did happen. You know why? Because Kevin O'Connell was my best friend in high school, and he was way cooler than I was because, he went to the
so
NFL.
everybody gravitated to him. You got left out.
I did get left out.
Yeah.
But anyway,
we're
down here at Dave & Buster's. Please come on down and say hi. Mike Schill Baseball, 5:30. Robert Suarez Baseball, Autograph Baseball at 6:30. All right, Chris, take it away.
Well, I was going to – first of all, Skraby, since I was so late today, I wanted to just offer, if you wanted me to stay and hang out with you for a little while in the Skraby Chronicles, I would be honored to do so. Now, if you have your show –
Okay,
if you
what
have
do
your
Skrabinators think? Okay, you get the yes, Chris. You get the yes.
I mean, if if you have everything planned, then go ahead. But I'm more than willing to hang out with you till 7 tonight. So
okay, great.
I wanted to throw that out there. But secondly,
thank you.
Secondly, it's been just a great few days here in Louisiana, and I'm having so much fun with this Aztec women's basketball team. It's such a good bunch of kids, and I don't know, just to see them, so delighted, so excited. And I just, Skraby, I don't know if you saw some of the scores today in the first round of the NCAA women's tournament, but South Carolina won its game by 60 points. Notre Dame won by 53 points.
Wow.
And LSU's that good. So, I really – it's going to take something really amazing for San Diego State tomorrow night, but I'm hoping against hope that they can, play a great game. I mean, it's going to be on ESPN. Everyone's going to be watching, and it's going to be a showcase for LSU, but hopefully the Aztecs can steal some of the spotlight.
Yeah, that would be nice because, unfortunately, if the Aztecs lose, San Diego goes 0 for 4 in March Madness, and
yeah,
that's
and
not
you brought
very
that up
fun.
early. Yeah, you brought that up earlier in the week. I remember you said, Chris, what happens if they all lose? And I said, why do you bring up such negativity? Why do you put it out there in the universe?
Because that's who I
am. You did.
Chris. That's who I am.
That's who you are, and you put it out in the universe, and look what's happened. They're all, all three have lost so far, thanks to you.
Yeah, thanks to me. Not North Carolina's like unconscious shooting that they had.
Could you please,
which, by the way,
we
they
take
lost
a minute?
Today.
I know. Can we take a minute to look at some of North Carolina's statistics today? Did you see some of their shooting today?
I didn't
Davis.
actually look. I just looked at the score.
Okay, R.J. Davis, who was 6 for 6 from 3 against the Aztecs, was 1 of 8 today. North Carolina as a team. Oh, yeah. North Carolina as a team today was 5 for 24. They shot 21% from 3 today. And that's why they lost.
That is exactly what I thought would happen. Like, North Carolina just had a game where they could not miss.
No, I mean, the Aztecs, look, we all know the Aztecs played poorly. There's no excuses. But North Carolina was absolutely, you're right. They were unconscious against the Aztecs, and they came back to earth today. My old line, Skraby, water found its level. And
it did.
North Carolina they plummeted back to earth today in that game against Mississippi, and they got beat. So sometimes you have to be a little lucky and hope your opponents are not shooting lights out. And that's what happened to the Aztecs with North Carolina the other night, because North Carolina is not that good. And they proved it
Apparently
today.
so. Apparently so. But I'm glad the guy got his bonus, right? Whatever his name is.
Oh, the athletic director for getting them in the tournament? Yes, he did get his $680,000 bonus.
How do I get myself a job where I'm up for a $680,000 bonus?
Scrape, nice. I got to tell you something. You just brought up one of my. I know that the Daily Gripe is your thing on the Skraby Chronicles, but I have to tell you, that is not a daily gripe for me. That is a life gripe for me. Okay, and the life gripe is how people can sometimes do nothing at all and make more money than God. And my biggest example of that is not the North Carolina AD. My biggest example, and I apologize if there are any of you out in the audience out there at Dave & Buster's, but Skraby, you and I, and everybody else out there, we got to find a way to be one of those people who comes into a corporation, to a company, and advises them on what to do.
Oh, yeah. That would be great, actually.
You know those
people?
What
I could do. Yeah, of course.
You know what I'm talking about? Consultants, exactly.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I know exactly.
Consultants make hundreds of thousands of dollars to come in and make decisions for companies that they don't know any of the people involved that they're making decisions about. I've never totally understood that. Maybe I never will understand that. Maybe somebody who's really got a business world can tell me how important consultants truly are. But I don't get it. They come in, they tell everybody what to do, they take a bunch of money, and they leave. So I got to figure out somehow, some way, someday to be a consultant. But because if you can't beat them, you got to join them. And you cannot beat being a consultant.
No, you cannot be being a consultant. You know, when I first started in radio, the first show I worked on, they had us talk to a consultant because it was like it was the first show for both of us. So we put together some shows. We talked to the consultant. I found out how much that consultant got paid later on, and it was more than my yearly salary at the time.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you know what their suggestion was, Chris? Come up with a segment at the same time every week. Literally.
Oh, brilliant.
Literally. That was what they got paid $20,000, $30,000 for.
Yeah. How much money you want for that?
I'll take $1,000.
I'm telling you.
I'll take $1,000.
I'm telling you. Here's the thing. We talk about, kids growing up and they want to be a celebrity sometimes. They want to be an athlete, a professional athlete. But professional athletes and big-time celebrities and movie stars, they actually do have to do some work for their money.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
They got to stay in shape, or they got to memorize their lines, or they got to sing, or they got to perform. Consultants don't have to do anything to get their money. All they have to do is have an opinion. I've got plenty of opinions, Skraby. I wish somebody would hire me as a consultant. As a matter of fact, I'm throwing it out there to any business. If you need somebody, I'm making myself available.
Hey, me too.
There.
Everybody, if you need a consultant, I'll consult on what you should eat for lunch. I'll consult on what
Yeah.
kind of movie you should watch. I'll consult on all of that. It'll be great.
Just hey, look, sit down. We'll sit down. You tell me what is ailing your business. Tell me what's the problem, and I'll give you a couple solutions. As long as you give me a couple $100,000.
I
don't get it.
On the chat, Lance says, "How about a player hitting 230 making more than Hank Aaron?" Well, I think everybody makes more than Hank Aaron at this point just because of the way it works.
Yeah.
But I get what Lance is saying. Like sometimes these guys get these crazy contracts that they do not deserve, and I also want to be one of those guys.
Yeah, but nothing has stealing money beat like being a consultant.
Dominic says, hold on. Dominic says, Chris can be a garage door remote consultant. Which would be really funny.
I think I could, Dominic. I think you're right. I
Yes,
mean, even look,
hilarious.
Skraby, even a bank robber has to do some work to get the money.
That is a good point. You have to.
Yeah.
But a
you got to
consultant,
plan it. You got to, do everything you got to do. You got to make all the arrangements.
Their work was them using their brain to come up with such a great suggestion that it will turn the entire business around.
Yeah. Anyway. All right. That was not a daily gripe, Skraby. That was a life gripe.
Okay, I appreciate the life gripe. We'll do
welcome.
a daily gripe a little bit later. When we get back, though, I want to hear from Chris on what he thought about UCSD and their game last night. Also about you, Darvish, going on the IL to start the season. And then
we will get that real quick, Skraby.
Yes.
I'm interrupting you.
Yes.
You because Jaslyn Green from the Aztecs is going to be on.
My fault.
Yes, from here in Baton Rouge. So we're going to talk a little bit more about their game, and then we'll get to all that stuff you talked about.
Okay.
At the bottom of the hour.
Perfect. So we'll have Jaslyn Green from the Aztecs women's basketball team on the show when we get back on 97.3 The Fan. Here's some traffic.
I mean, I think first you can have that belief when you put the kind of work in that you do, that your body's going to heal right, and just trusting it. You talked about being an extension of the coaching staff. I would guess that's going to be even more so this year with you not being able to actually do the physical part.
Yeah.
Is there something that you've tried to do this offseason to kind of get you into that mode in terms of being that extension? Because the reality is, although your arm might be useless in 25 this year, your mind's not going to be. And there's still a lot of guys, especially the ones who may be vying for your spot in the rotation, that could lean on you a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's my job to help prepare these guys the best I can, and like guys like Waldron, guys like Randy Vasquez, Johnny Brito, those are guys that are have really good stuff and are not far away from being middle of the rotation to top half starting pitchers.
Yeah.
So trying to share some things. That's something we talk about all the time in the clubhouse. Is like you bring something to the table on the field every day. That's kind of what brings you here and gets you to this level, but. Days that you're not playing as a starting pitcher, that's, a majority of our days. You pitch once every 5 days, so making sure you bring something to the table is, something we always talk about. So even though, like you said, I'm not going to be physically on the field pitching, I got to find a way to contribute, and a lot of that's just been, better communication with the staff. And I'm really excited this year to be able to sit in more of the coaches' meetings and see how they game plan and how they, come about their approach to certain teams. And I feel like when I come back in 26, I'm going to have a whole plethora of knowledge and things that I hadn't experienced before to add into my game. So.
I just have to say this. I play with a lot of guys, and not all of them are going to take as serious as Joe is taking this part serious, which is getting into those coaches' meetings. Coaches are here a lot earlier than the players, especially during spring training. So the fact that he's going to be willing to do that, I think that's awesome, man. That's what separates you from a lot of these other guys out there.
We're talking to Joe Musgrove here, Padres pitcher, 97.3 The Fan. And I have to ask from the fan perspective, because Tony, every day on the show, whenever a team in the National League West signs a new big-name player, all of us fans are kind of like, why? And Tony says it doesn't matter. They still have to go out and play the games. When you see that happen, how do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's a different perspective as a player. You know, our job is, our goal doesn't change regardless of whether we add, and that stuff's, you know, out of our control. So you never want to sit here going into an off season saying, you know, we're going to be fired up if we get this guy and this guy, and you know, not if we don't get this guy. So you look at our team, you know, and a lot of people see all the moves being made and don't see us making moves, and it seems like a mismatch in the division. You know, all these other teams are adding, but you look at our roster. I mean, we spent a lot of money over the last handful of years and committed a lot of guys to be here long term, and the value in having those guys return every year and continue to build that relationship and that growth is every bit as valuable as adding a new free agent. So
love that.
I think with the progress we made last year, and you guys will never understand how we feel. I'm sure you can see a little bit of it on the field and how we carry ourselves and, you know, the camaraderie and stuff, but you'll never truly understand just how close that group got last year. And although we didn't, you know, achieve the ultimate goal of winning the World Series, we grew a ton as a team. We grew a ton as, you know, a unit. And I'm super excited that we got most of these guys coming back. We got the whole staff coming back, and we can kind of pick up where we left off.
Well, last one for me, because you kind of just hit on it, and I think it's so important. The continuity, right? This is, what, year maybe 3-4 of this nucleus being together. How much of an impact can that have on a team, having guys who have been in the locker room together for so long?
Yeah, a ton. And, you know, like, Schulte's big thing is shared experiences. You know, we got guys from all over the league, some guys that are new and have experienced things that most rookies don't, and some guys that have been around 10 plus years that have, you know, been in championship locker rooms and been around the best of the best. So sharing those experiences with each other and helping each other grow along the way, not just, you know, providing, you know, assistance and, you know, coaching, but like sharing experiences and helping guys grow a little bit through, you know, what you've been through is a big thing for us.
Joe Musgrove, ladies and gentlemen, this is a good one we got here, man. Joe, appreciate you, brother.
Thanks so much, Joe.
Pleasure, man.
Quick healings, and enjoy the rest of your day,
sir.
man.
You guys enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
I mean, I think first you can have that belief when you put the kind of work in that you do, that your body's going to heal right, and just trusting it. You talked about being an extension of the coaching staff. I would guess that that's going to be even more so this year with you not being able to actually do the physical part.
Yeah.
Is there something that you've tried to do this offseason to kind of get you into that mode in terms of being that extension? Because the reality is, although your arm might be useless in 25 this year, your mind's not going to be. And there's still a lot of guys, especially the ones who may be vying for your spot in the rotation, that could lean on you a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's my job to help prepare these guys the best I can. And like guys like Waldron, guys like Randy Vasquez, Johnny Brito, you know, those are guys that are, you know, have really good stuff and are not far away from, you know, being, you know, middle of the rotation to top half, you know, starting pitchers.
Yeah.
So trying to share some things. That's something we talk about all the time in the clubhouse is like, you know, you bring something to the table on the field, you know.
Welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. 5:18 is the time. Yeah, that's right. 7:18 in Baton Rouge, as you like to say, Skraby.
Yes.
Baton Rouge. All right. Coming up tomorrow night, San Diego State's women's basketball team will take on LSU here in Baton Rouge. And big chance for the Aztecs after an incredible week in Las Vegas in which they won the Mountain West Championship. And to help us preview the game tomorrow night, one of the captains of the Aztecs, Jaslyn Green, spending a little time with us. Jaslyn, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking, and thank you for having me.
Of course, you and I could actually probably do this interview just leaning out our doors. We're probably not that far apart. But tell me a little bit about what practice felt like today, being out on the March Madness stage, getting ready for the game tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean, just being here at PMAC and us getting up and down and just feeling the environment, just feeling, the surroundings, it definitely gives us excitement. I think we all been expressing a lot of excitement coming into it. And with practice, you can see that. And I think we were dialed in and locked into what we got to do and what our scout was. But I think there was a lot of focuses, what you would like, heading into the game, especially such one of magnitude. So, I would definitely say the focuses was there and the energy was there.
Talking to Jaslyn Green, Aztecs women's basketball team here on 97.3 The Fan. And what I want to ask you is maybe something it's something that I will never be able to feel. But what is it like to go into LSU's basketball stadium and kind of look around and realize we're going to be playing here tomorrow night, and we have a chance to do something that everyone will be talking about? What is that feeling like?
I mean, it's one of those feelings, a great feeling, actually. I mean, we walked in, into the PMAC, and a lot of us first were just taken back, well, how small it was and how they perceive it on the television. But more so, yeah, I mean, it's true. On TV, they make it seem like it's a big place and an intimidating place at that. But I think we're up for the challenge, and I think that walking into PMAC and being there, being on LSU's campus, and just kind of feeling that moment and embracing that moment and actually feeling like, okay, this is something that we can do. This is the moment that we waited for. This is the moment that we all been waiting for. But just the preparation, being able to have practice there and just get a feel of what the court's like, what the environment's like, the lighting, everything down to just everything as far as the lighting and, the media, whatever the case would be, like just being in that environment definitely got us feeling like, okay, this is real. This is happening. This is real life, and something that we're ready for. I think we all got the mindset to approach it, with something that we're more than capable of, doing, and looking forward to just shocking the world. Honestly, we're the underdogs, and we know that coming in with our mentality and a chip on our shoulder, and we're okay with proving ourselves. And I think being in PMAC and feeling that it's possible and being there, makes that even more real.
I do. That's a great answer. Thank you,
Jaslyn. Yeah, Jaslyn is very well spoken, Skrabe. I got to tell you, I've gotten a nice chance to know this young lady this year, and she's earned her. She's a great captain for this team. She and Kim Villalobos, they both set a great example. Jaslyn, you said you're underdogs, but you guys were underdogs last week going into Las Vegas and the Mountain West tournament, and you said, as much as anyone at the end of the regular season, that we are winning. We're going there to Vegas to win 3 games, not to play 1, not to play 2, to play 3 and win 3. And you guys made it happen. The third game was, insane to go to triple overtime. Try to take us through your feelings when that was finally over and you guys had accomplished what you set out to do in Las Vegas.
Yeah, first of all, we all were able to breathe. During 3 overtimes, there's a lot of anticipation and a lot of worrying of just like not knowing what the outcome is going to be. Sometimes, mostly for the fans, and people who are watching. But during the game, like regardless of what overtime we went into or how much it went back and forth, we all knew that we were going to win, and that was the goal. From the start and the beginning. So going into that and then feeling that relief, that pressure, kind of just relieving ourselves, after it was the time to celebrate and enjoy what we just accomplished. You look at what we did, starting from New Mexico, those games that we played, and then going through the 1 and 2 seed, there's a lot of hard work that goes into it. And we were the underdogs, but at the same time, we're identified. We don't believe we're underdogs. I think we believe that we're able to play with anybody, whoever it is, whatever conference it is. But being able to finally kind of enjoy what we all set our mind to do and, enjoy one another and to appreciate one another. I think that was more so of like the pressure release, but just being able to, especially after 3 overtimes, it was late. It was 11 o'clock by the time we left the arena. So a lot of exhaustion, but a lot of gratitude.
We're talking to Jaslyn Green here, Aztecs women's basketball team on 97.3 The Fan. And Chris said that you are one of the leaders of the team. What is your leadership style? Because everybody has their leadership style. I may yell at Chris a little too much. I may be a little too mean to everybody. But what is your leadership style?
Honestly, I feel like one for myself that I think I know is just honestly to just impact, to create and like change the culture as much as I can if it needs to be changed, or just to add value to the program, whatever that looks like. I'm a very vocal leader, and I'm very, hard on my team vocally, but at the same time, like I put myself in the situation to show that, there's example to be set, no matter what. So I don't think there's a certain identifier of what kind of leader I am. I think I just do whatever is done or needs to be done to get the job done, honestly. So if that means that I'm being vocal and I'm on the bench and I'm cheering and I'm coaching, because it's a lot of that going on throughout the game. I'm talking to my teammates, letting them know where they could be better, letting them know when they're doing good, encouraging them, just reminding them, keeping them in the game, keeping them focused during halftime, just speaking life into them. But when I'm also on that court, playing hard and, making the right reads, making the right passes, and playing the game the right way and showing that it can be done in both ways, and hopefully that they're able to take that and perceive that the way that I'm intending to make it. But a lot of people, their leadership acceptance or how they accept leaders is different, and I think as a leader you got to understand that. But I feel like the type of leader I am is adjustable. I can make adjustments no matter what. So I think that's the kind of leader I am.
Jaslyn Green, I got to tell you guys, because I get a chance to know these ladies. Everybody knows this. And Jaslyn came to this team in the middle of last season. She transferred from Cal. And, I think it took you a while to just kind of be part of this team and to turn out and be, wanted by your teammates to be a captain in your senior season. I think I'm assuming that meant a lot to you, and I think it in the regard of you, Jaslyn, you've spoken about this, that it hasn't been a straight rising up for you your entire career. You've had some down times, and you've had to overcome some things. And just for example, this year your family got caught up in the fires, the wildfires in Altadena. You've had to deal with some of that. It's incredible how strong you are, because I know a lot of what you've been through. And it seems to me this is why they wanted you to become captain. How does that part of what makes you feel good about that?
I mean, my story and my testimony is one of the greatest and largest stories that you could possibly ever hear, if I'm being completely honest. And, part of what I've been through, shaped me and molded me to become a leader. And I've been a leader ever since I started playing basketball and taking on that role, and I've never shied away from it. Honestly, I feel like wherever I am, I want to set the highest expectation and be the highest expectation, not only for myself, but those around me. And no matter what I go through injuries, surgeries, family troubles, or tragedies, whatever the case may be, it's a reminder of how tough that strength that I have to become or to be a leader in those moments, because, life is going to happen at us, whether, especially in sports, you're not in control of a lot of things, regardless of how far the distance is, whether it's close in the program or outside in your family. Like, there's a lot of things that are going to be happening, but the power is to be able to take that and use it as fuel and motivation to continue to do the work that you're doing. And no matter what I've gone through, I've never stopped wanting to be a leader and be an example. That's just the expectation that I set for myself on a daily.
That's a really
pretty good, huh,
perspective.
Skraby?
It's a really, really great perspective. And as someone who has, quit drinking alcohol and had to kind of rethink my life a little bit, I just learned something from you. So thank you very much for that. My question to you, Jaslyn, we're talking to Jaslyn Green from the Aztecs women's basketball team. It's not a very serious question at all, but we have one of those Papa Shot machines here where I'm at Dave & Buster's in Mission Valley. I only got 16 points. If you had 30 seconds, how many points, and each basket's 2 points, how many points do you think you'll get on this machine?
In 30 seconds?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with 42.
42. Okay, so a lot more.
42.
That's pretty good.
How far? Well, it depends on how far the Papa Shop is. Because if we're talking about Chuck E. Cheese list, or we're talking about like the big David Buster's, that's different. But there's two types of Papa Shops.
It's like, I would say the basket is probably maybe 6 or 7 feet away from where you're shooting.
Yeah, about 38, 42 in that range.
Okay, well, then I'm never going to mention my 16 points ever again.
That's money, and that's money for her. There's only one thing that you might be better at, Jaslyn, and is we're teaching her some magic card tricks on some of these road trips, Skraby, and she's having a little trouble picking up a couple. But I'm going to keep working with her.
It's
I'm gonna
hard.
keep working
I'm
with her
trying.
till we get it down.
I want to have so many different talents, and magic is one of those things where I'm actually struggling. And I'm really good at learning new things, but magic, it's not my strong suit,
It's not easy.
We'll keep working at it.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
Jaslyn, hey, Jaslyn, I cannot wait to give you a big high five after this game tomorrow night, win or lose. You've been a great inspiration in just a year and a half to the kids on this team, and I've seen that, and I'm glad we were able to share it with some of our listeners. Good luck, and, we'll see you in a little while, and let's go have some fun tomorrow.
Let's go get it done. Let's go get these wins. You guys have a great night.
Thanks so
All
much,
right.
Jaslyn.
Thanks, Jaslyn.
All the people that we talked
Brady,
to.
I'm telling you, these kids are, I know, they're sharp.
Oh, I'm getting yelled at by the people here to do the biggest fan right now. Like, literally, oh my gosh, we got biggest fan in the chat. We got people here yelling at me. I hear a Skraby. You look around and they're like, biggest fan. So I think it's time, Chris. I think it's time we do the biggest fan. Congratulations to today's biggest fan. Actually, people are going to get mad if I say a name that's not theirs. So, Linda Hines of Escondido. Linda Hines of Escondido. See, I'm getting booed. Give us a call back within the next 10 minutes at 833-288-0973, and you'll qualify for our grand prize, 20 tickets for you and your friends for a night in our Odyssey suite at a Padres game later this season. Remember to register your name at 973thefansd.com/biggest fan. Linda Hines. Your time starts now. I forgot what I was going to say there for a second.
Hey, Skraby, real quick, I have a quick question before we go to break.
Yes.
Do you have security there?
No, I don't.
No. Okay.
Actually, Rod is my
Hey,
security.
everybody,
Rod is
if
my
your
security.
name... Who is?
Rod. He's from the chat.
Rod?
You know Rod. You know Rod.
Yeah, I know Rod. Yeah. Okay, good luck, Rod. I
says
want
good
everybody
luck.
whose name was not just called for the... Yeah, I want everybody whose name was not called for the biggest fan to storm the stage during this commercial break.
No, everybody actually, you know what you could do is walk that way. Just away from me, okay? Please. Oh. Anyway, Linda Hines of Escondido. You know what's funny, Chris, is our YouTube page has gotten bigger, and we keep getting these bots that come in and comment and say, watch men's basketball live on TV. It's really annoying. It's so annoying. But anyway, all right. When we get back, Chris, do you want to talk about some of the things that happened in the tournament? You want to talk about
all that
UCSD?
other stuff. Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll do that when we get back here on 97.3 The Fan.
Thank you for listening to 97.3 The Fan. Be back shortly. I would be back shortly if the thing will click. See, I'm clicking. I have no idea what's happening. It's not playing any commercials right now. Well, this is just great, everybody. Let me see if I could try to start another one. All right. Well, this is awesome. On the air right now with no help, and there are no commercials to be played. Actually, you know what I'm going to do, everybody? You're getting a real live thing right here. This is real live Matt Skraby. I'm going to have to restart Wide Orbit real quick. So goodbye, Wide Orbit. It's not even closing. I'm going to text Adam, and I'm going to say, Adam, I tried to go to break, and the commercials did not play. And the program won't shut down. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have to do some Control-Alt-Delete over here. Control-Alt-Delete. Okay, I got it. Task Manager. It's not coming up. There it goes. Task Manager came up, everybody. I have no idea.
I'm way too generous with my stroke giving. Never mind.
Are you really?
Never mind.
Wait.
I did not mean for that to happen. I did not.
That sounds like a promo to me.
Skraby's giving out strokes. I can't wait to hear that one. I'm going to laugh for a while on that one.
Nate says, Skraby, maybe you should date her.
You might be a generous stroke giver, but I don't think she really wants to leave her boyfriend for that.
All right, that was good. In full disclosure, I'm reading this. Tony can't gather himself right now. That was a good one, Chris. That was a really good one. So I saw this at 7-Eleven, and I had to get it. It's called the One Chip Challenge. It was sitting there in the aisle, and I thought, why not? Because I am into spicy stuff. But this thing looks pretty hot. I'm not going to lie. It says a Reaper pepper and a Scorpion pepper. It's also in the shape of a coffin, which doesn't make me very happy about that. It doesn't make me feel good. Oh, extreme heat, it says. I'm going to try a little bit first, just so I don't die, I guess. That's the thing I'm saying. This looks... I don't even know if I should be eating this. It looks like it has mold or something, but let's see how hot it is. Let's go. There's a little bit of spice there. It's going. Oh, man. This is hot. It's not that bad, though. I still have this side to go. It is getting hot. I'm not gonna lie. My mouth is like getting crazy. Now it's kicking in. I'm not sure if I'm gonna finish this.
Honestly, it's getting serious. I gotta go with the milk. My mouth is dying right now. Yeah, this is not fun, guys. Never gonna do that again because my mouth is on fire.
Thank you for listening to 97.3 The Fan. Be back shortly. I would be back shortly if the thing will click. See, I'm clicking. I'm clicking. I have no idea what's happening. It's not playing any commercials right now. Well, this is just great, everybody. Let me see if I could try to start another one. All right. Well, this is awesome. On the air right now with no help, and there are no commercials to be played. Actually, you know what I'm going to do, everybody? You're getting a real live thing right here. This is real live Matt Skraby. I'm going to have to restart Wide Orbit real quick. So goodbye, Wide Orbit. It's not even closing. I'm going to text Adam, and I'm going to say, Adam, I tried to go to break, and the commercials did not play, and the program won't shut down. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have to do some Control-Alt-Delete over here. Control-Alt-Delete. Okay, I got it. Task Manager. It's not coming up. There it goes. Task Manager came up, everybody. I have no idea.
I'm way too generous with my stroke giving. Never mind.
Are you really?
Never mind.
Wait.
I did not mean for that to happen. I did not.
That sounds like a promo to me.
Skraby's giving out strokes. I can't wait to hear that one. I'm going to laugh for a while on that one.
Nate says, Skraby, maybe you should date her.
You might be a generous stroke giver, but I don't think she really wants to leave her boyfriend for that.
All right, that was good. That was good. In full disclosure, I'm reading this. Tony can't gather himself right now. That was a good one, Chris. That was a really good one.
So I saw this at 7-Eleven, and I had to get it. It's called the One Chip Challenge. It was sitting there in the aisle, and I thought, why not? Because I am into spicy stuff. But this thing looks pretty hot. I'm not going to lie. It says a Reaper pepper and a Scorpion pepper. It's also in the shape of a coffin, which doesn't make me very happy about that. Doesn't make me feel good. Oh, extreme heat, it says. I'm going to try a little bit first, just so I don't die, I guess. That's the thing I'm saying. This looks... I don't even know if I should be eating this. It looks like it has mold or something, but let's see how...
I turned the camera back on and Chris is eating. Sorry, Chris.
I'm finishing some nice barbecue potato chips.
Oh, that is nice. I like barbecue potato chips.
Little snack here.
I just got to tell everybody, we're here for another hour at Dave & Buster's, or no, more than an hour and 20 minutes, and we have some gift cards to give away. We just gave away the Mike Schilt baseball. We have a Robert Suarez baseball to give away. We got drink, food specials. 2931 Camino del Rio North, Dave & Buster's in Mission Valley. When you walk in, just go to your left. You'll see all of us. So they're going to be doing some raffles in the background, Chris.
Oh, good. Good luck to everybody. Really nice. Again, I wasn't joking earlier when I was talking about all the people that came down to support you and be there to support our show. Very cool. And, like Skraby said, there's still time. If you're on your way home, stop by at Dave & Buster's and have a little bite to eat and enjoy some of the NCAA action. And, enjoy some of our show. New Mexico, trying to make it could it be possible, Skraby, that the Mountain West Conference could win 2 NCAA games in the same day?
Well, it definitely wasn't Utah State that was anywhere close to winning. They really
no, but Colorado State looked awfully good today. They beat Memphis, and right now New Mexico's leading Marquette 35-32 at halftime. So maybe it'll be a 2-win day for the Mountain West. Kentucky is leading Troy right now 43-34. I wanted to see how our guy Lamont Butler's doing.
I've been trying to follow him this year, but he has not played a lot of games.
Well, he's been hurt on and off, but he's in there tonight. Has not scored in the game. He's 0 for 4, no points. But Kentucky's leading You know, the funny thing about Lamont Butler, he didn't have to score. He can still help you win the game with great defense and the rest of the things that he does out there. But anyway, they're ahead 43-34. And the game I'm keeping an eye on right now, Skraby, I'm keeping my eye on Florida against Norfolk State. Do you know why?
Why? It's a 21-point game. Oh, because of the spread?
Yes, I'm keeping an eye on the spread. Robert Jones, the coach of Norfolk State, last night said, hey, I know Florida is good, but are we really that bad that the spread is 27.5 points? He was incredulous that anyone could make a spread like that. Well, guess what? Right now, Norfolk State's only losing by 22.
I mean, it's closer to the spread than it is to the whatever I'm trying to say here.
Well, Norfolk's not going to look. Nobody expect Norfolk State to win the game. I just find it comical. I thought what he said yesterday was hilarious, and he talked about that it just made no sense at all that they were that big of an underdog. And basically, Florida is proving in this game that it makes very good sense for them to be that big of an underdog.
I mean, Florida is just so good. Like, that's why they were the underdog by 27.5 points. You're playing one of the better teams in the country.
Yeah, what happened here is that the coach of Norfolk State took it as a personal attack on him. This was not a personal attack on him. This was just the committee or the odds makers saying how good Florida is. So, yeah, that's all I see there. Yeah.
Let's get to some traffic, and then we'll come back and we'll talk UCSD. So, Nick, traffic. All right, so last night, Chris, UCSD played Michigan, and it didn't start well. I think they went down 10-0. UCSD did to start the game, but it was a really good game in the end. The only criticism I have in this game, from what I told Sammy Levitt, and then I'll step out of the way for your thoughts, was that the best player on the team fouled out with 6:57 left to go in the game, and that just can't happen. That just cannot happen. You can't lose your best player to fouling out that early. But that's really the only criticism I had. This first time in the tournament, they looked good. They came back. They showed that they could hang. So I thought it was a good showing altogether.
Well, there's a couple of things, and you hit on one of them, talking about Tate Jones fouling out of the game with 7 minutes to go. Look, he picked up his fourth foul no more than a minute into the second half. So, I mean, Eric Olin had to sit him for a long stretch and then brought him back in, and then he fouled out. So they basically played the entire second half without the player of the year in the conference.
Yeah.
So that the fact that they were right there at the end of the game was, a testament to this team. But it didn't surprise me, man. They've been together. They've been fighting against the odds for all these years as Division II players and whatnot. UCSD did not surprise me in any way. They won 30 games this year for a reason, and they put that on display last night. So I was impressed. Obviously, getting down 10-0 right at the beginning of the game hurt them. But let's go back to Tate Jones fouling out. His fourth foul was ridiculous. It wasn't even a foul. And his fifth foul was just as ridiculous.
All right, so that was the next thing I was going to ask you about.
I'm tired of officials hint, hint, Mountain West games, being such a factor in these games. If Tate Jones runs a guy over, fine, it's a foul. You got to call it. But a touch foul on the best player in the game, and not only for his fourth, but also for his fifth foul, it changed everything. And, so that was annoying. I really thought Michigan got some breaks. And, UCSD, I think they can bemoan some of that. But, falling behind 10-0 really hurt them. They got out-rebounded in the game. It just – those things hurt them. Now, the other thing, an unbelievable performance in this game by Tyler McGuy.
Yeah.
I mean, 35 minutes, 25 points, 9 rebounds. Skraby, he was making every shot down the stretch to keep them in the game. He gave them the lead, and then, of course, he had the 3 to try and tie it, and he only missed it by a fraction of an inch.
He said he thought it was in.
Yeah, I thought it was. Hayden Gray, he proved that he can get the job done. Look, Hayden Gray, the point guard, who's from San Diego, by the way, played 38 minutes. Do you know how many turnovers he had against Michigan in an NCAA game? How about 0?
I'm going to say 0.
Yeah, I mean, come on. That's your point guard. He didn't turn the ball over once. He had 10 points. Kopich came in there. Kopich in the second half had 15. I don't want to say they deserve to win, but they very easily could have. Let's just put it that way. It was a great season for UCSD. I think the only thing that the bad taste I would have if I'm a Triton or a Triton fan is that it is unlikely that you're going to be able to keep your coach. And, when you got when you got somebody like Eric Olin, who, does what he did this year, wins 30 games in his first season of eligibility and all the other wins, I think he's going to be somebody that, schools want. I just do. So hopefully that he comes back. I don't think he's actively trying to leave necessarily. I don't want to say it like that, but I just think he's going to be in such demand that he's going to have to listen to some offers. And this is was kind of this was this very special team that they had this year. And that's the thing that's kind of a shame about them losing in the first round, because they easily could have gone to the Sweet 16 with these guys.
Yeah. And, that's interesting. I didn't even think about that, just because Eric Olin has been there for like 12 or 13 seasons and he's built it to this point. Like, it would be hard for me to leave somewhere like that. Now, if they offered me a bunch of money and I'm going to a SEC, Big 10, Big 12 school or whatever, then maybe it would be a little bit easier. But it almost seems like it's his baby.
Yeah, but look, I don't know Eric Olin well enough to know what's going through his head.
Yeah.
We had a great interview with him on the show. I just know how it works. And somebody that successful is going to get some offers. And, some of those offers can be too good to pass up. And I'll give you an example of a coach who had his team, built his team up like it was his baby, took them all the way to the Final Four, lost on a last-second shot.
You're going to talk about FAU coach, aren't you?
Yeah. He's now the Michigan coach.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it works, Grabe. That's just how it works.
And I'm happy for him to get the promotion. It's just
sure, if he gets look, I feel like I'm outstepping my bounds here because I know I don't follow UC San Diego the same way as I do the Aztecs. So maybe I'm way out of pocket. And if I am, I'll apologize. But I don't think Eric Olin's looking to leave. I just don't see, he's going to get some options. So he's going to have some options, and that's just how this game works. So, and it was a special team this year. It really was. I hated to see for Tate Jones to have to foul out like that.
Yeah.
On some really chintzy calls. Just chintzy calls.
The last
And,
one was
you know,
definitely
that's-
one that shouldn't have been called because there was at least 3 guys standing around him. It wasn't like it was only Tate Jones that was grabbing at the ball.
Those are cheap fouls. The 4th and the 5th were cheap. And, you know, UCSD unfortunately has to lose sleep over that because, you know, that was a game they could have won. But you know what? The interesting thing is when he went out with 4 fouls early in the second half, they were down 15 points. And they immediately went on a 15-2 run with him out of the game.
That's true.
So that tells you this was a team in every sense of the word. And, you know, Eric Olin deserves a lot of credit. And they had a great year. I only wish I would have enjoyed it a little more along the way. I was, you know, so wrapped up in the Aztecs like usual. I didn't pay as much attention to the Tritons as I wish I had.
I understand that, but also, like, I mean, we are on Sports Talk Radio in San Diego. We should know about the UCSD basketball team. That's a fair thing. But when they're playing teams that I've never heard of before, it doesn't really get me to watch their games because I know they're just going to take care of business. And really, if they win by 50, did I watch anything that's going to help me break down the team anymore? I don't know. I kind of stayed away just because, A, it was hard to find, and B, I didn't know any of the teams that they were playing.
Fair enough.
All right. That was the UCSD thoughts. So Chris is going to stay with us through the Skraby show, which is very, very nice of him. I can't believe he even offered that. I wasn't even going to say that he should do that, but he is, and we're going to do that here at 6 p.m. If you are out there and you're in traffic, you need to come on down to Dave & Buster's, Mission Valley, 2931 Camino del Rio North. We're going to be giving away the Robert Suarez baseball at 6:30 p.m. Also, the Papa Shot game. Jaslyn said 42 points, Chris. I mean, she's a college athlete, and she's very good at basketball, so I don't doubt her for 1 second. But you should have heard all the trash I was talking leading up to me playing this.
Because you had 16?
Well, no, first game I had 13. It was even worse.
Oh, my God.
And Adam Klug even has 36. That made me feel like I was terrible at the game.
You didn't even get to half of Adam Klug's score?
I didn't. That is the sad part. Someone had 62 points here, by the way. That's the current record. But 42 points.
Do you seriously want to shoot 3-pointers in a gym and bet that you can make them?
Yeah, because I know that I can make the 3. I've done it before. But this Papa Shot game, it's really hard. Did you see Eli Manning a couple weeks ago? Took on Caitlin Clark and actually beat Caitlin Clark. So maybe this, it's not a true test of how you can shoot.
Oh, I think it means everything.
You think it means everything? You think that how I shoot there is going to mean how I'm going to shoot in the gym?
Yeah. Now that you suck at Papa Shot, I'm saying that Papa Shot is the end all.
Okay, well,
So,
when we get into one of the breaks in the Skraby show, I'm going to head over there. I'm going to try it one more time because I have to do better than 16 points. That is just embarrassing. That is embarrassing. I don't even know what to say about it myself.
I think what you should say is nothing more about it at all.
Just never bringing it up again?
Yeah, I think that's your best move.
Do you think you would score more than 16 points if you were doing it?
Blindfolded.
Blindfolded. That's kind of what I said before. All right. That's it for Gwynn and Chris. Chris will still be here. I will still be here.
I'm going to stay with you, Skrabe. I'm so excited to be part of the Chronicles tonight.
Wow. Even Skrabe Nation wanted you here, which says a lot. Lot. So we'll be back here. We'll talk about the Padres on the other side. Stick with us. We're at Dave & Buster's until 7 p.m. Come on down. Drink specials. A lot's going on here on 97.3 The Fan. We'll be back with the Skraby Show next.
What are we doing, guys?
I'm going to see the museum for the first time ever. It's going to be sweet. See my dad's plaque. See where Trevor's plaque is going to be. It's going to be pretty dope.
Chris,
I'm going to go to the Hall of Fame for the second time because I went earlier today, but I'm going in to see Tony go into the Hall of Fame. So all the way straight and back left.
Straight back left.
Straight on that back wall.
This one?
Yeah.
How you feeling, Tony?
I don't know how I'm feeling right now, honestly.
Excited?
I'm definitely excited. Hello, Eric. How you doing? Pretty good.
Wow. Just like I told you, next to the famous Barney Dreyfus and Leslie Wilkinson, whoever they are.
That does look like them.
I know. It's a good shot. They don't do them all that great. That one's good. Really good.
I missed a year. 300. Must have been bad. Huh? I used to be. Not anymore, though.
Oh, it's so cool. What team did you play on?
I can give you a long list of them. Brewers, Padres, Dodgers, Phillies, Nationals.
What position did you play?
I played outfield. This was my dad. Oh, there's Dick Williams, Goose. I think he'd be pretty happy with his company over there. So.
What are you thinking to see it for the first time?
I'm thinking that
hot. I'm quite warm right now, but it's cool. I mean, it's what I thought it was going to be. I mean, who not too many people can say they have a dad that's enshrined in this place. So I think this is awesome.
What are we doing, guys?
I'm going to see the museum for the first time ever. It's going to be sweet. See my dad's plaque. See where Trevor's plaque is going to be. It's going to be pretty dope.
Chris,
I'm going to go to the Hall of Fame for the second time because I went earlier today, but I'm going in to see Tony go into the Hall of Fame. So all the way straight at the back left.
Straight back left.
Straight on that back wall.
This one?
Yeah.
How you feeling, Tony?
I don't know how I'm feeling right now, honestly.
Excited?
I'm definitely excited. Hello, Eric. How you doing? Pretty good.
Wow. Just like I told you, next to the famous Barney Dreyfus and Leslie Wilkinson, whoever they are.
That does look like them.
I know. It's a good shot. They don't do them all that great. That one's good. Really good.
I missed a year. 300. Must have been bad. Huh? I used to be. Not anymore, though.
Oh, it's so cool. What team did you play on?
I can give you a long list of them. Brewers, Padres, Dodgers, Phillies, Nationals.
What position did you play?
I played outfield. This was my dad. Oh, there's Dick Williams, Goose. I think he'd be pretty happy with his company over there. So.
What are you thinking to see it for the first time?
I'm thinking that
hot. I'm quite warm right now, but it's cool. I mean, it's what I thought it was going to be. I mean, who not too many people can say they have a dad that's enshrined in this place. So I think this is awesome.
What are we doing, guys?
I'm going to see the museum for the first time ever. It's going to be sweet. See my dad's plaque. See where Trevor's plaque is going to be. It's going to be pretty dope.
Chris,
I'm going to go to the Hall of Fame for the second time because I went earlier today, but I'm going in to see Tony go into the Hall of Fame. So
All the way straight and back left.
Straight back left.
Straight on that back wall.
This one?
Yeah.
The Skraby Show starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
Hello and welcome into the Skraby Show. Wow, this is awesome. I gotta say, even Chris is clapping. We're here at Dave & Buster's until 7 p.m. One more hour, so please come on down, eat some food, try to win the Robert Suarez baseball at 6:30, and just come on down and have fun. Meet the other Skrabinators. We got a lot of Skrabinators in the building. This is actually making me feel really good. So thank you to everyone for coming down. And Chris, you are staying for some of the Skraby Show, maybe all the Skraby Show. What do you feel it's different? Do you feel like you can just say whatever you want and not make sense? I mean, what do you feel like?
No, I'm sitting in my room here, and all I was going to do is sit down and watch basketball, and I can do that while I'm talking to you. So,
okay,
I thought it'd be fun to stay on, hear what the Skraby Show is all about. I've listened, before, but I've never really been behind the scenes to see what it's, what it feels like.
How
kind of feel the vibe. Yeah, right. Yes, the vibe of the Skraby Chronicles. I just thought it'd be fun and watch some hoops anyway. So it's good. By the way, I got invited to meet down in the lobby in 10 minutes to go out for seafood. And here's my thing. Because everybody thinks Louisiana Cajun style food is like the greatest stuff ever.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Never been. So
I don't want to say that it's you've never. Yeah, if you have to be down here because there is something different about the spices and the way it's cooked and prepared. But I've had some gumbo the last couple of days. I've had some rice and beans.
Okay.
I've had some sausage, and it's okay, but not great. I'm just saying. There's something about New Orleans, Louisiana, Baton Rouge food. People go crazy for this stuff. I don't know. Give me a regular sandwich. I don't need a po' boy.
You had it.
I mean, basically a po'
yesterday. Did he get caught off again?
Yeah, they call it a po' boy, but it's oh no. No, I'm listening
to
you.
You're good.
Yeah, I'm just saying a little overrated. That's all.
You're upsetting
here's the thing.
On the chat.
Who?
Mashuti said New Orleans is my hometown. Blasphemy, Crisello.
Okay. I love New Orleans. I'm having a great time. I think the food is good. I don't think that I would drive, 2.5 days just to have some Cajun food. I don't think it's that good.
Okay,
That's
I can
all I'm
agree
saying.
with you there. I'm not going to drive 2.5 days
Well, you know
for
what I
Cajun
mean.
food. No, I know.
You know what
I won't even drive 2.5 hours for Cajun food, Chris. 2.5 minutes for Cajun food. All right, on the Skraby Show tonight, we are going to talk about the Padres here in just a second. They had a game yesterday. They had a game today. Nick Pivetta was great yesterday. Michael King was great today, although Michael King faced, I think the single-A team for the Cubs. So he should have been as good as he was. And then, Chris, there's tier. The MLB.com ranked tiers of the teams in 2025, the MLB contenders. And so I'll go through that a little bit. But let's talk about the big news for the Padres today, which would be that Darvish is going to the IL. He's going to start the season on the IL. Here's what I said earlier. The first thing that came to mind was a 38-year-old pitcher with elbow soreness is not the greatest thing in the world for someone to be dealing with heading into a season. Now, we don't know how serious it is, but it does change plans for the Padres initially. So what are your thoughts? I've already given my thoughts. I think this is not the greatest thing in the world, but they can do it. What are your thoughts, Chris?
Yeah, I'm not jumping up and down. I don't think this is joyful news. And you're right. Somebody that's 38 years old, who's put the mileage on his arm that Darvish has. Having some elbow soreness is something to be mildly concerned with, at least. But I look at the timing of this, Skraby, and the timing of this is very curious to me.
You've been on this a little bit.
The season is What's that?
You've been on this a little bit.
I have. The timing's a little curious to me. They have 3 guys right now in Stephen Kolek, Randy Vasquez, who also pitched great today, by the way, 4 innings of shutout ball.
Good point.
Stephen Kolek, Randy Vasquez, and our guy who we tried to leave off the roster last week in Peoria, Kyle Hart. Okay?
Yes.
All 3 of these guys, right. I mean, the guy's walking by, and I'm talking about how he's not going to make the team. Unbelievable. Anyway.
And then I go, actually, Kyle Hart is going to make the team. And he rose.
Yes, right. I looked over, and I'm like, I caught myself at the last minute. But no, Kyle Hart, Vasquez, and Kolek. All 3 have thrown well. They all can start. They can all be long relief. But if Darvish was on the opening day roster, one of those guys would have to be cut loose. They just would. You wouldn't have enough room. This way, you get in a little bit, you have your cake and you eat it too. Darvish gets to rest a little bit, gets to be 100% healthy. You don't want to put 200 innings on Darvish's arm this year anyway.
Yeah.
Right? So, Darvish is going to – I think Darvish makes 20 starts this year. That would be fine. He doesn't need to make 36 starts.
20 starts. Wow.
Well, why aren't you? He's only going to – I think he's only going to miss a few here at the beginning.
Okay. All right. Well, you're way more optimistic than me. I guess I'm kind of maybe – combining last year with this year, and last year wasn't an injury. It was a private matter that he missed the season.
Yeah, that was a totally different situation.
If anything, if we're looking at it like this, Chris, he's got a little bit of extra mileage on that arm because he didn't use it last year.
Yeah, I think he's making 15 to 20 starts this year, and so it's fine. And this way, Vasquez, Kolek, Kyle Hart, they can pitch and get some starts. They can pitch out of the bullpen. They can go with a 6-man rotation if they need to early in the season till everybody gets their arm strength up, whatever they want to do. And they can let the whole thing will play itself out. You're going to get Matt Waldron to come back eventually as well, and it'll all sort itself out that way. So this is why I don't have a problem with this news. Too often, we as fans overreact to the opening day lineup. And we should know by now, Skraby, that the opening day lineup is not the same one you end up with all season. So
it's true.
Let's just see where it goes.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't really counted Darvish. That's not true. I have counted Darvish as a big deal moving into the season, but I got criticized earlier on the chat by someone because they said my takes were very vanilla, and this is what my take was. And I don't think there's any other take really to go with. Nick Pivetta now has a big role with this team. That's the take that I was called vanilla for. And that's fine. You can think it's vanilla, but who else who else needs to step up more than someone like Nick Pivetta?
I don't really care who steps up like Nick Pivetta. What I care about is somebody in the chat making fun of the flavor vanilla.
Vanilla is always maligned because it means that you're boring.
Right. Vanilla is a wonderful flavor ice cream. In fact, I believe it's the most popular flavor in the world. So let's not make fun of vanilla. I think it is.
Huh.
Look it up. You're a Google guy.
Oh, yeah, I can Google it right now.
I do have a quick 2 cents to offer that. I wonder,
Okay,
without vanilla,
what's up, Nick?
how many other flavors would or would not exist for it being a vanilla's presence?
Thank you, Nick.
Honestly, I agree.
Nick knows. Nick knows. Vanilla is crucial. Vanilla is crucial to everything we do in the ice cream world.
Oh, everything you do in the ice cream world.
I said everything we do.
Vanilla is the number one in America. Gotta say. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
What is your
So
favorite?
anyway,
ice cream?
yeah,
I don't think I know this about you.
My favorite flavor, it changes, honestly. I can go cookies and cream. I can go, just regular chocolate chip. I can go peanut butter crunch or Skraby, honestly, there's a million flavors of ice cream that are all tied for first, I think.
You know what I really like, which is kind of strange because it's not really a young person ice cream, but butter pecan. Love butter pecan. So good.
That has been my favorite in the past. It's not lately, but I don't hate it.
Okay. Blue Meanie is here, and he is chatting from his seat. Cookie dough is what he likes. I do like cookie dough.
Thank you.
I'm also
another one of my number one favorites.
I'm a mint chip guy all the way. That's my number one. Mint chip.
I like that.
I'm looking through some of these.
But
these
here's
flavors,
the funny thing,
that's why.
Skraby. Yeah, the thing with me is you'd have to go a long way down the list to name a flavor that I really don't like.
Let's see.
I think ice cream.
I can't think of one.
I think ice cream is my number one. Pistachio, I hate. There you go.
I'm not pistachio. Yeah, nah, nope.
Yeah, you found it, Nick. That's the one I don't like.
I don't know that I've ever had pistachio before. I think I might like it, though.
You've done yourself a favor then, because you don't need to. I mean, but if you want to try it just to see what it's like, that's always a fair thing to do.
I'm going to go to Baskin Robbins after this just so I can get the free sample and not have to buy any ice cream. That's what I'm going to do. So,
okay, have you ever done that?
No. Are you kidding me? I've never done that. Now that the hot ice cream
anyone
talk
ever
is out
done
of the
that?
way- Yes.
Let's go back to ice cream talk. Has anyone ever gone into an ice cream store and done samples and then left?
I had a friend who worked at Baskin Robbins in high school, and that was a common thing. Very common thing.
Really?
Yeah, you would go up and you would be like, hey, I'm not sure what I want. Can I try this one? Can I try this one? Can I try this one? And then once they're done with like the third or fourth one, they go, I'm out of here. Sorry. And so they would just get 4 bites of ice cream for free.
I feel like that's okay if you do it like at the beach or somewhere, but if you're just like in your normal neighborhood and you do that to like the local ice cream shop, that's kind of like standing them up a little bit. But that's just my opinion. I don't know.
So if you're a criminal, you go to the beach to get your ice cream.
Basically, yeah, yeah. And under the logic I just laid out, I think that's fair.
All right, I'm headed to the beach after this to get my free ice cream. All right, when we get back, what else do I have? I owe the tiers of MLB contenders. Also, Chris, I have a preliminary top 5 Padre list for 2025. I was going to talk about tonight. So I want to get your thoughts on my top 5 list of 2025. Also, I have some hot takes on Shedeur Sanders. And I think it's time for Dion to do one thing. And we'll tell you that a little bit later. But first, the first break on the Skraby Show on 97.3 The Fan. Dave and Buster's, everybody. We got a lot of people here. I just met RJ and family. We seriously have a ton of people. So many Skraby. Let's hear from the Skrabinators again. I don't know if my mic is picking it up, but it is definitely loud, and I appreciate everyone being here. If you are anywhere near close by in the next 11 minutes, come on down and sign up for your chance to win the Robert Suarez autographed baseball. We're going to be giving it away at 6:30. I think Tyler over there said don't come down, so he has a better chance of winning the Robert Suarez baseball. But we are still at Dave & Buster's, 2931 Camino del Rio North here in Mission Valley. And we'll be here till 7 p.m. And I'm probably going to stay for a little bit after, Chris. Isn't that kind of crazy, Chris? I'm actually going to stay somewhere and, like, socialize and all that?
That's rare for you.
He says, that's rare for you. It is rare for me. It's true. All right, let's do my
You're making strides, Skraby.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying. I really am trying. Trying not to be the same guy I was years and years and years ago. Anyway, no one really cares about that. Chris, let's go to my top 5 Padres list. Now, I'm going to go from 5 to 1. It's kind of hard to do a top 5 list because you have so many guys that you could put in the top 5. But here is where my top 5 starts.
Number 5.
Thank you, Nick. It's going my number 5.
Wait, real quick before you start. What is the subject?
Just top 5 Padres on the team right now.
Oh, top 5 Padre players.
Oh, I didn't say that, did I? I probably should have said that.
No, you just said it was a list about the Padres. I have no idea what your category is.
Okay, good point, Chris. I should have said it was about Padres players right now. So this could change throughout the year. I don't know how long I'm going to do it for, but I'm going to start it right now. And the number 5 player on the list, so the 5th most important player on the Padres team, I think, is Dylan Cease. I think he has to have a massive year, and I think he's going to have a massive year. Now, the only thing that really kind of makes me want to put him outside the top 5 is that he is not at times consistent enough for me to just set it and forget it. But Dylan Cease is my number 5. How do you feel about that, Chris?
It depends on the rest of your list, but I think Dylan Cease is certainly belonging in the top 5. I did see that John Heyman on his podcast last night reiterated the fact, now maybe John Heyman's just trying to make John Heyman look good.
Yeah.
But John Heyman said that no less than 9 teams asked to trade for Dylan Cease this offseason.
Wow.
And obviously he's still a Padre. So obviously, they didn't accept any of those deals. But John Heyman still won't give up. And he said, I think at the trade deadline, we still may see Dylan Cease moved. Now, I like John Heyman. He came on our show for an entire season.
Yeah.
And John, I respect him greatly. But I think sometimes these podcast reporter guys, they just kind of root for their own story. You know what I mean?
I think you're kind of right in this case for sure.
Yeah, I think John Heyman is like, he said Dylan Cease is going to get traded, so he's going to say and do everything he can forever until Dylan Cease gets traded. But I don't think the Padres are going to trade him now unless they fall out of contention or something. Then that would be a different story.
Yeah, if they fall out of contention. I mean, as AJ Preller always says, we have good players, so we're going to have these questions being asked, and people want good players. So it's a good thing they held on to him, though. That's my number 5, Dylan Cease, for my top 5 Padres heading into opening day. My number 4 Padres is going to be Michael King. He is the opening day starter. I think last year he proved how important he was to this team. I think Michael King is possibly going to have a Cy Young year. I'm going out on a limb and saying that. He finished up last year really well in the playoffs. He was unstoppable. This year, he looks pretty good. He just has that swagger about him. He has that confidence about him. I'm not worried about Michael King. He's my number 4.
Well, he also has the stuff, to back
the
up all that.
The stuff is also a thing.
And yeah, that helps. But, all All right, I'm gonna again. I'm reserving judgment until I hear the rest of the list, but I like it so far.
All right, number 3.
Number 3.
Our guy Jackson Merrill. Jackson Merrill is my hero. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows I wish I was Jackson Merrill. Everybody knows that I wish I had some sort of baseball skills like Jackson Merrill. But what he did last year was something that no one ever thought, no one ever predicted. And just the conversations that he's had with reporters over the offseason, the conversation that he had with you guys, I have no worries about a sophomore slump for Jackson Merrill. And you know what? If he does struggle at times, I have full confidence that he's going to figure it out because that seems like the kind of guy he is. He just is a solid human being and a solid baseball player.
He's wise beyond his years. There's absolutely no question about that. And there's no reason that he, shouldn't come back and have another, big year. But let's just make sure he does. So I think number 3 is a good spot for him because I think he's that important. I mean, he's going to be batting 3rd this year, not 9th.
Yeah.
There's a big difference. Yeah. Big difference. I know he says bring it on. He says all the right things. But he's going to have to go hit 3rd and, do some damage. So, let's see him do it. But I have no doubt that he's, on his way to a great career. I mean, the kid he's so impressive every time you talk to him or hear him talk.
Like, I said this a million times last year, but it is like every kid's dream to be 20 years old, 21 years old, and being a baseball star. And that's exactly what he's living, and he has lived up to it. So, Jackson Merrill.
It's not my dream, Skraby.
What's your dream?
Not my dream. My dream is to be 21 years old and be a consultant.
I forgot about that. I too want to be a consultant. You know what, Chris? We should start our own consultancy. I don't know what kind of consultancy we're going to start, but I think we should start one. Maybe ice cream flavor consultancy. That would be kind of fun, actually. That would be kind of fun.
Yeah. I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Yep. All right. Next one. Number 2. Thank you, Nick. I went back and forth on this one because either one of these guys could be number 1, but I went Manny Machado at number 2, mainly because Manny Machado, as we've said before, the team goes where Manny goes. But when we get to number 1, I'll explain why he wasn't number 1. 2 is Manny Machado. I don't think there's anyone else I could have gone with.
I think also you got to throw in the fact that he's, working on these milestones, which is going to make it a lot of fun this year.
That's true.
Tracking
That's
him,
true.
Right? He's trying to get to, 300 home runs?
350 home runs and 2,000 hits.
350, yeah. Yeah, he's trying to get to 350. He's got 100 hits to go for 2,000. It is true. Where Manny goes, the Padres go. So he's still he's the straw that stirs the drink, Skraby.
There we go. He's the straw that stirs the drink. All right, let's get to our final spot on the top 5 list.
Number 1.
I mean, of course it's Tyler Wade, everybody. Of course it's – no, I'm just kidding. I know you guys were going to give me a hard time about it because I said Tyler Wade back in the day. Xander Bogaerts? No. Of course, it's Fernando Tatis Jr., okay? He's the number 1 Padre on the list. And the reason that Manny's not number 1 is because Fernando, this is a big year in regards to his development, his maturity. This is a big year for him to play a lot of games, a big year for him to do exactly what he needs to or what he knows he can do. I think Fernando, I think he gets it. He understands that he needs to maybe start putting together MVP-type seasons if he really wants to be considered one of the best players in baseball. But Fernando Tatis Jr., number 1 on my list of Padres right now. I don't think that's a question, right, Chris?
Yeah, I do. I think it's a question, but it's okay. I'm good with it. I mean, Fernando has the kind of magical, MVP-type season that people keep predicting for him. Then he can carry the Padres a long way. But I think the key word you brought up about Fernando there is maturity.
Yeah.
And I think it's time for Fernando to mature a little bit. And I think it's time for him to learn a little bit from his buddy Manny about what it's like to go and be a pro every single day. I think Fernando's still not quite there yet. At least he hasn't shown me yet that he's there.
Yeah.
His talent is undeniable. His work ethic is very good. I don't think it's elite. And I think to be the elite player that people predict for Fernando, cover boy, best player in the game, I think you got to be elite in all areas. So let's see if, he takes a step up in that regard. Because if he does that, there's the what's the old sky's the limit thing with Fernando, right? He's that good.
Yeah, he is that good. And
I mean, look, he's already been a home run champion. He's already been a platinum glove winner in a new position. And he's done both of those things pretty much just on flat out skill alone. So
yeah,
that's how much talent he has.
If you could harness that,
so I think it's a good call.
Focus it a little bit more. I mean, he is.
Yeah, focus it a little bit more. Yeah, hone it a little bit more. And I think Manny's been working with him for 5-6 years, and I think Fernando's improved a lot from the kid that first got here.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's a couple more steps that can be made.
Yeah, the only reason, no, that's a good point. And Fernando, never mind. I forgot what I was going to say, to be honest. I was looking out into the crowd, and I had it, and then I don't have it anymore. Chris is joining me for the Skraby Show right now. We're going into our final break of our broadcast from Dave & Buster's. Thanks to everybody who's here. Thanks to everybody who came down earlier. We all appreciate that. But when we get back, the craziest half hour of the week of the Skraby Show on 97.3 The Fan.
Well, Dylan, I think the first obvious question, long hair, long beard, is have you had a shave since the last game of the season?
I don't think so.
Man.
I don't think so.
That's great.
Why is that?
Just changing it up. Why not?
Okay. All right. I'm jealous of the beard because I'm a guy who likes to grow a beard, but your beard, how long did that take to grow?
I think this is 3 months, maybe.
3 months.
Now,
okay.
is this going to stay as we get into spring? Are you going to keep it? Because I don't think I've ever seen you. I've seen the beard before. I don't think I've ever seen the hair.
No, I haven't had hair like this since I was 12. I'll probably keep it. We'll see how it performs, really.
That's the key.
That's
How
the
does
biggest
it
thing.
perform?
That's the biggest thing.
Speaking of perform, how you feeling, man? Obviously, spring training right around the corner. Pitchers and catchers report. This is the time of year where the green light goes on again.
Yeah, I feel good. Working on a bunch of different stuff. Biggest thing is really just getting the body to feel good and getting ramped up. But I feel like I'm on track.
How do you deal in terms of getting yourself ready each and every year? Ball players are notorious for always trying to figure out how to get a little bit better. You're probably one of the most consistent guys in our league. Is there as much a focus on finding ways to get better, or is the focus how to continue on the path that you've been on, which is a guy who can get in a lot of innings every year?
I mean, I guess it kind of depends on what part of the offseason I'm in and, what I'm trying to work on. Like specifically this offseason, I've made a little mechanical adjustment, tinkering with some new pitches. But the bulk of it is just getting my body ready, really. I mean, that's the main focus, main priority. So I kind of know where I need to be in terms of like my velocity and bullpens and building up and all that. So I always like to think I'm adding. I'm definitely working on new pitches and exciting stuff like that. So, but at the end of the day, I kind of know that my four-seamer and my slider and my curveball are kind of going to be my main pitches.
Right.
So it's like no matter what, that's my base and foundation, and everything from there is just tinkering and just seeing if I can get a little bit better.
We're talking to all of a sudden, my mic over there.
There you go.
All right, we're talking to Dylan Cease here,
Don't
Padres
panic.
starting pitcher. I wasn't panicking.
You look like you panicked.
I was panicking for one half.
He made me panic.
Did I look like I panicked?
You panicked a little
Okay.
bit, that's
all
all
right.
right.
Well, if Dylan says I panicked, then I panicked. I'm going to have to ask the question about, and I know you've been asked this today, but your name has been a part of a lot of trade rumors this year. I think Padres fans want you to stay here in San Diego. See, right there? How do you deal with that? Because I would imagine that would be hard.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's my second year in a row dealing with it, so I got
True.
experience now. It's just part of the business, I guess. Really, wherever I go, I'm gonna make the best of the opportunity. I love San Diego and I want to be here, so it's like if I don't go anywhere, I love it here. And if they trade me, then I just have to go make the best of it wherever I go.
Now, Dylan, you talked a little bit about working on new pitches and mechanics. For you, how long does a mechanical change take to be something where you don't have to think about it anymore?
Yeah, and that depends. This specific scenario, I'm working on an upper half thing, a glove thing. So I don't know. It's kind of new territory for me.
Yeah, so you're kind of figuring it out as you go.
Yeah, but it really gets to the point where it feels good, and then from there it's just ramping up the intensity. And because anytime you do something at a higher power, higher speed,
yeah,
it's like a new feeling altogether. So I can sit and train it one way, but until I'm throwing 98 with it.
Doing it in game speed, yeah.
And a lot of it, is kind of like learning my body, and then I'll throw a pitch, and it's like, oh, that didn't come out the way I wanted it to. Like specifically, if I'm throwing a four-seam fastball and I'm trying to throw it just through somebody, but it's yanked, it's like, okay,
yeah,
something happened right there. I don't know, something came off. I didn't use my
legs. You could just feel something different about it.
And then you see the shape of the pitch. So a lot of it's just gaining feedback from what the ball's doing, and then trying to manipulate my body to see, like, oh, okay, when I do this, the ball goes this way, and just see if I can't ingrain that.
Well, Dylan, I think the first obvious question: long hair, long beard. Have you had a shave since the last game of the season?
I don't think so.
Man,
I don't think so.
That's great.
Why is that?
Just changing it up. Why not? You know?
Okay. All right. I'm jealous of the beard because I'm a guy who likes to grow a beard, but your beard, how long did that take to grow?
I think this is 3 months, maybe.
3 months.
Now,
okay.
is this going to stay as we get into spring? Are you going to keep it? Because I don't think I've ever seen you. I've seen the beard before. I don't think I've ever seen the hair.
No, I haven't had hair like this since I was 12. I'll probably keep it. We'll see how it performs, really.
That's the key.
That's the
how does
biggest
it
thing.
perform?
That's the biggest thing.
Speaking of perform, how you feeling, man? Obviously, spring training right around the corner. Pitchers and catchers report. This is the time of year where the green light goes on again.
Yeah, I feel good. Working on a bunch of different stuff. Biggest thing is really just getting the body to feel good and getting ramped up. But I feel like I'm on track.
How do you deal in terms of getting yourself ready each and every year? You know, ball players are notorious for always trying to figure out how to get a little bit better. You're probably one of the most consistent guys in our league. Is there as much a focus on finding ways to get better, or is the focus?
All right, final segments from Dave and Buster's. Appreciate everybody who's come down here. Skrabinators have delivered. The Skrabinators, I am not worthy of the Skrabinators, Chris. I am not worthy of them. They're way too nice. They're way too nice.
Nice day for the Mountain West Conference, Skraby, in the NCAA tournament.
Did you not hear anything I said?
Yeah, I loved it. You were they honored you, and you're not worthy of the Skrabinators. I got you.
All right. Sorry.
I just thought I'd let it
Mountain
stand
West.
on its own.
Okay, we can
just
do that.
thought
I
I'd-
always make things awkward anyway, so it's nothing new.
Colorado State beat Memphis today. Nice comeback win for one of your 23 alma maters.
I'm a big Rams fan now.
And my wife, of course, is a Ram, so she's happy about that.
She's an
And then
actual Ram.
She is. She went the whole time. And then New Mexico has pulled away here to Marquette, 75-66, with 10 seconds to go. So I'm pretty sure New Mexico is going to win that game. And good for the Mountain West. I know the Aztecs didn't do it this year, but the rest of the Mountain West kind of owes the Aztecs a little because the Aztecs have been the only team that can ever win in the NCAA tournament out of that conference. But this year we got a couple of winners, so good for them.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to see that because it gives the conference money too. I don't know the exact number, but I do know that anytime your team wins a game in the conference, you're going to get paid a little bit of money. So that helps the entire conference.
I think it goes right into the Magoon Guath Fund.
Let's hope it goes into the Magoon Guath Fund because that people keep asking me about, when are we going to know that Magoon Guath is gone? And I'm like, I don't want to know, but I think you're going to be right. I think that I say that I think you're going to be right, and then I say I think San Diego State's going to find a way to keep him. But he's really good, Chris. He's really good.
He's good. It's been great. I mean, credit the coaching staff. They have taken a raw talent and they have made something out of him, and his hard work. But these guys have they've done a great job with Magoon Guath, the Aztec staff. They really did.
All right, so let's get into some of the random stories that I usually talk about on the Skraby Show on a Friday. And this one's not so much random, but you remember the kid who got the Paul Skeens rare rookie card, and he was going to – they were like, hey, if you trade this rookie card with us, we'll give you 35 years of Pirates season tickets, which is not a prize. I don't think that's actually something that you want. And
I don't think
can
that's
you
a
imagine?
prize.
And guess what? They even said it would be behind home plate. Like, they don't have anyone else that's going to pay for those tickets over the next 35 years. You're just going to give them away for free? It was crazy. It was crazy.
What else? Wait, what did Livy Dunn have to do with that prize? Didn't you get to
you get to go in the suite
have a
with
Big
her
Mac
and,
with her or
and hang
something?
out. No, you go in the suite with her and you hang out and watch a Pirates game. Like, that would be even more awkward. To me, at least.
Yeah. No kidding. Hi, Mrs. Dunn. What am I going to do now?
Yeah. I know you're dating the guy down there, and I have no chance with you. But
am I? Yeah.
That whole thing was bad news from the beginning because you know how many creepy social media guys were out there trying to go in and try to win this prize or whatever. But anyway, the kid actually turned it down. He said, "I don't want your 35 years of Pirates season tickets." Now, what I do want, though, is to put it up for auction. And that card sold today. And the 2024
card itself. Okay.
Yes. Topps Chrome Update MLB debut patch autograph card. That's a mouthful. Sold for $1.11 million today. So that kid who found this card is getting $1.11 million for this. And that's incredible. Like, this kid is rich now. This kid has things figured out now for a little bit because he found a
How old is
Paul
he?
Skeens card. I think he's like in his maybe 10 or 11 or 12.
Well, I hate to tell him, but $1.11 million by the time he's 25 is probably not going to be as much as you think, but it's still a nice piece of change. He's obviously also not going to get all that money. He'll get a portion of it with taxes and all that.
Yeah.
But it's a better deal than sitting behind the home plate at a Pirate game for 30 years. So I think he made the right choice.
Because guess what? Paul Skeens is not going to be a Pirate in a couple years. And so you're going to get to go to 35 years of awful baseball because I don't expect the Pirates to ever get better. Because they don't really seem like they want to. Guess who bought it, Chris? This is kind of crazy, actually. Dick's Sporting Goods bought it. And Dick's Sporting Goods bought it because they want to put it into their Dick's House of Sports store at the park. And so it's basically just it's something for people to come see and get them in their store. Now, you guys would hate this because we talked about that Shohei Ohtani 50-50 ball, and you said you guys wouldn't even go and see that ball if you were walking next door to it, to the display. Who's going to go and see this card? Who's going to go into a store to see this card?
I don't know. Not me.
Hey, not me either. But there you go.
I've
Paul
seen pictures
Skeens.
of Paul Skeens before. I don't have to go into a sporting goods store to see it.
But then you could get to see his little patch that he wore during his debut and all that. Yeah, that's what they say. That's what they say. Now, Shedeur Sanders, there's part of me that feels bad for Shedeur, and there's part of me that thinks Shedeur is getting what he should get, which is criticism. But I think his dad, Deion Sanders, is not helping him at all. Like, Deion needs to stay out of it because Deion keeps commenting about how guys are, or how the media is being mean to him. The media isn't giving him a fair shot. The media this, the media that, and he always has to comment on it. He said, Shedeur said it's been hard, but it's been a learning experience. But his dad, he didn't say this, but Deion keeps putting his nose in the middle of all this. And I think Deion needs to stay out. He's almost being a LeVar Ball right now. Shedeur needs to be his own guy, and Deion's not letting Shedeur be his own guy. Now, both of us think that Shedeur is not actually going to be an effective NFL player right from the get-go. I don't know if he's even going to be an effective quarterback in the NFL at all. But I do think that Deion Sanders is not helping his son. Am I off base here, Chris?
I don't know. A little bit, but not totally. I mean, here's the problem that I have with, what you're saying. And that is Deion probably gets asked about every single thing.
You're probably right.
Everybody wants to hear what Deion has to say. I don't know that that's his fault. Like, is he calling a press conference every day to say, here's, I'm upset with the way they're treating my son?
No, you're right. He's not doing
that. But having, but again, so I mean, to compare, LeVar Ball was like somebody none of us wanted to hear from. And he just kept jamming. He just kept shoving himself down our throats. But Deion's a little different. I don't know. The thing that Shedeur is getting criticized mostly for is the fact that he's very confident in himself. And I don't necessarily think that's a terrible trait to have. I think the problem with Shedeur Sanders is not going to be anything that he's saying or anything he's doing. I'm just not sure he's that great of a quarterback. 74%, but I mean, I watched a million Colorado games. Most of it is just dumping it off. I don't see him having that good of an arm down the field. But again, I'm not a great judge of college quarterbacks to the pros. Sometimes they turn out when I don't think they will.
No, I'm definitely with you. I thought Brock Purdy was going to be awful. Look at him; he's great. He's just amazing. Mr. Brock Purdy, just amazing. But Deion, Shedeur is actually not going to be doing anything. He's not going to be throwing until the Colorado Pro Day next month. But all right, here's another story, Chris, that I think I didn't really want to talk about, but we kind of have to talk about it. Ex-Dodger Julio Urias has been suspended for the second time under MLB's domestic violence policy. He's not with the team or anything like that, so they couldn't give him a number of game suspension, but they could give him a suspension to the All-Star break. So basically, he cannot play, and he is suspended until the All-Star break this year. I was talking to Sam a little bit about this earlier, and I think the Padres, I know we're going to get the questions, but we're all going to say the same thing. He's not going to be a Padre. No one wants to deal with all of this. But some team will. And Sam said he kind of disagreed with that a little bit. He disagreed that some team is going to bring him in. But now that he's been punished and everything's going to be behind him by the All-Star break, do you think a team's going to bring him in?
I have a question first.
Okay.
Does the fact that he's being suspended through the All-Star break, does that mean he did something else?
Well, this is his second time. So it's a steeper suspension.
What do you mean?
It's his second time being suspended under MLB's domestic violence policy.
Okay, so he was suspended because he apparently did some more domestic violence?
Okay, so the first time he did it was a while back, and he got a 20-game suspension in 2019 after he was accused of shoving his girlfriend to the ground in a parking lot in L.A. Now, in 2023, I believe, 2023, he was caught on video and the video showed him kind of roughhousing with his wife, and a couple people actually tried to break it up a little bit, but it was an altercation with a woman who ended up being his wife on September 3rd, 2023, and he pleaded no contest to a misdemeanor domestic battery charge. He had 30 days to complete community service. Basically, he's not in good graces with Major League Baseball. A second count of domestic battery, one of spousal battery, one of false imprisonment, and one of assault were dropped as a part of the plea agreement. So there was a lot there, Chris. And he is being suspended until the All-Star break because they cannot give him a number of game suspension. I just don't see a team wanting to bring him in when he's ready to go, but I've been wrong on that before. Definitely been wrong on that.
Yeah, we've all been wrong on that before, but I don't know that he's any worse than. Is he worse? Is he better or worse than Trevor Bauer? I mean,
there's no better or worse.
Pole? Yeah, right. That's the wrong thing to say about these kinds of
I get what you're saying,
but,
though. I get what you're saying. Is the severity of the crime worse than what Trevor Bauer did? Right. Because that is something.
I got to tell you, of all of the crimes that people get charged with, one that really sounds very, very diabolical to me is false imprisonment.
That is diabolical.
I don't like that one. You know,
you don't want to. You don't want to be imprisoned against your will.
He's right, though. That sounds like something straight out of Hannibal Lecter. It sounds pretty like, what are we doing?
It sounds a little bit weird. False imprisonment.
I guess you. Well, okay. So if we're going to break down false imprisonment on the Skraby show, I guess you could say false imprisonment could be something like where you're not letting them leave a room or you're not letting them get out of a house or something like that. It's not like you've locked them in a cage or something like that. But still, like if you're in a corner with someone and you're not allowing them to leave, that could be construed as false imprisonment. I'm not saying that's what happened here, but I'm just saying that's what could happen.
Yeah, but it sounds more like the cage thing you talked about, and that's why I don't like it.
Well, yeah, of course it does. That's what I think, too. All right, we have one more story, and then we'll get into the Daily Gripe. If Chris has a Daily Gripe, he could do it as well. But here's something that I never thought I would say. The Super Bowl is about to go to a city that has no NFL team because the NFL is looking to have Nashville, Tennessee host the Super Bowl in 2029. And I think there's a tradition behind it. You play in a stadium that has an NFL team in an NFL city. It's another money grab, everybody. The money grabs are getting more and more. The money grabs are getting more and more blatant. Like they don't even hide it anymore that we're trying to money grab. Do you have any problem with this?
Didn't Las Vegas host the game before the Raiders got there?
No, that was last year or 2 years ago when the 49ers and the Chiefs played. So the Raiders were there already.
At first glance, I would say it would seem like a prerequisite that there's a football team somewhere nearby when you're allowed to host. So, yeah.
Wait, I'm being an idiot right now. I'm being a complete idiot right now. Nashville is where the Tennessee Titans play. I'm being so stupid right now. I just realized that. So this whole time I've been having this hot take in my head, Chris, that there's no NFL team. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man. All right. That was quite embarrassing. Hey, everybody. Everybody's cheering for that one. Which was worse?
Can I
or the time zone mix up?
Yeah, that one was not impressive either.
Yeah. All right. Daily Gripe. Come on, Nick. Get me out of here.
What's annoying Skraby today? Let's find out. It's time for the Daily Gripe.
All right. Daily Gripe has changed. My Daily Gripe is now when I deliver false news thinking it's one thing and it's actually another. So, honestly, I've been looking at this article for a long time, and it never occurred to me that Tennessee or Nashville is where the Titans play. That's brutal. That's really bad, Chris. And then earlier in the week, I didn't understand time zones. It's been a week. Do you have a gripe, Chris?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay. Let's hear it.
Why are the Pittsburgh Steelers getting in bed with Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, we got Katrina here, who's our Steelers fan. I don't know. He made a visit today, right?
Apparently, and the other thing that I keep hearing is that they've already given him an offer, and they're just like, go ahead and decide whenever you want to.
I don't understand
I just don't
why
get
you're giving
this.
him so much power.
Yeah, you're basically giving him all of the control. Is he worth it?
Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, we saw what he did last year, but you're right. He is he's being given all the power. I guess the Steelers have unless they draft a quarterback, they don't really have a quarterback because they got rid of Justin Fields. I don't even know. Is Russell Wilson with the team?
Yeah, their choice is basically down to Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers, and I guess Aaron Rodgers is what they're going to go with. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either. All right. Well, thank you for the gripe. Chris, thank you so much for staying with me for the extra hour. Appreciate it. Everybody, remember, tomorrow night, what time is the game?
7:15.
7:15 Pacific on ESPN. There's Aztecs women's basketball playing LSU. I'm going to tweet out in Discord the link to Chris's broadcast.
Yeah, put the link out there, Skraby. Listen to me on goaztecs.com. I'll have the good, fun hometown call.
Yes, absolutely. I will do that. I'm getting a lot of people just yelling random things at me, so I think that means it's time to go. Good night, everybody. Have a good weekend.
You want bold takes? You want real